Hello. Boom. Hello. How are you? I am good, fine, thank you. Hello. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna do tech news? Tech news, tech news, tech news, tech news. Tech news. Ah. Hop là. Magnifique. Okay. Let's start with the first subject today that we have. Something that I discovered yesterday on Twitter, and that actually seems a bit wacky but interesting. The subject is a gas town. So gas town is this project from, it seems to be, I've looked a bit at his bio, and he looks like an older, like, 50 something probably developer, 50, 60, I don't know, I'm not sure. And basically he's, I think this project is completely non-functional and probably not made for real humans to use it, but it's quite interesting because it might give us a glimpse of what's going on, what will come in the future when it comes to agentic coding orchestration. So basically what this guy did... Hello, Concalve. Hello. Hello, Concalve. You're the first. So there is no nice people here except you and me, of course. So yeah. Hello, Concalve, how are you? I'm explaining what is Gas Town, something that I discovered yesterday. And so basically, Gas Town is a agentic coding orchestration tool that is very similar to Kubernetes, but specifically for managing lots and lots of AI agents to do some code stuff on very big, I mean, I guess, since there's a lot of agents, it needs to work on big projects, right? Like, and I think this is very interesting. It's completely not mature. I think the code base, has literally, 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks old. And this little article here summarizes very well. It's very fun to read also. The guy has a funny way of talking, and basically, he explains to you the new paradigm that he's trying to he's pushing a frontier here. Like, he's really out there trying to push the frontier of what's possible with AI agents. And it's not pretty, it's not refined, it's not clean, it's literally the reverse of clean code. It's like vibe code slop on steroids. But it's very interesting because I guess in the near future, in 1 year or two, I'm pretty sure that the big AI labs will probably try to come up with some kinds of framework like that, more refined and that actually works, to actually manage, more than one AI agentic coding instance, but 10, 100, 1,000 instances at the same time, or articulating with each other in some way, like basically a meta, what we call an orchestration layer. So I think that's interesting. Today I saw Copilot opened its author system to open code. Yes, I think I talked about the drama, right, with Anthropic and open code last time. Yeah, now more and more people are actually opening their authentication system to open code, which is very funny because now it really puts Anthropic in a corner, you know. So I think this is very funny to see that, because now OpenAI has opened its auth, Copilot. There might be another one that I don't remember. Also, like, yeah, Copilot took a position also. Yeah, I mean that's good, you know, because it's good to put pressure on Anthropic, because you know, even though you can argue that yeah, okay, it was a bit hacky, whatever, you know, it's still like open code is still open source, right? It's an open source project. You can look at the source code, you know, and it's very useful for people to be able to use, you know, to use open code. And so, yeah, of course, you know, I guess Anthropic has some things to lose when it comes to, you know, vendor lock-in, but people hate vendor lock-in with good reason, right? Like, and so, of course, yeah, I think that Anthropic on this front try to, you know, do a little Apple, right? They try to. It's like they're trying to, you know, lure you into and block you into this walled garden that, you know, inside this walled garden you will be forced to keep yourself in, right? And when you have your habits in the walled garden, you won't go outside the walled garden, right? Even if there are better models or whatever, right? Like, again, you know, in the continuation of the stuff that I've said in the previous stream, they are in search of a moat. You know, all these AI labs are in search for a moat. So yeah, good for Copilot, you know, that they did that. Hello Taras Bazepa, how are you? But now let's go back to Gastown. Gastown, I think it's very interesting in this sense because, yeah, it's like a glimpse of the future. You know, it's a very messy, chaotic, unholy glimpse at the future. But it's still a glimpse at the future, because I'm sure that, like, you know, I imagine that OpenAI, potentially Anthropic, Gemini, you know, Google, they will see this, and I think they will ask themselves. I mean, they will tell themselves, yeah, we can do that better, especially since Google made Kubernetes, right? I'm sure they can do something similar for the agentic coding era, you know? So of course, when it comes to this specific library, Gastown, do not use it. Do not try to use it. It doesn't fucking work. It wastes all your tokens in like 20 minutes, even on the Pro Max Super Ultra plan. So, you know, it's not. I'm not going to use it. You know? But I'm going to watch people use it. I'm going to watch people burn their tokens and, you know, all their money on that. And I'm going to watch to see if people come up with maybe a better framework for agent orchestration. And, you know, because, you know, like, of course, since the agents are mimicking humans, there's lots of potentially conflicting that can happen in the implementation of a project. And there's a lot of, you know, interactions with CI/CD systems, Git, you know, merges, pull requests, whatever, issue solving, you know, bug checking, test passing, you know, like writing the test, make the test pass. And like, that's why, and it's such a clusterfuck right now, even for the agentic coding agents of right now, like Cloud Code or whatever, that of course it's not ready, right? And that's why he says, he tells you, warning, danger, caution, get the fuck out, you will die, because yeah, that's the state of the of its library right now. But I think it's still very interesting, you know, because it's a glimpse at the future. And also it's interesting because it's a completely different paradigm, you know. Like, when I read this article yesterday, I was like, oh damn, we're not like praying to the same gods now, in this paradigm. Like, in this paradigm, you are not praying to the clean code God anymore. Like, no, you are not praying to the TypeScript, type checking God anymore. This is behind. This is like another continent, and this is funny to envision, I guess. Tech is evolving fast. Yeah. And so basically, I just want to read 2 paragraphs here that I think summarize his approach here, which, is not an approach that is meant to solve or to, be the cutting edge or whatever, but it's just meant to, like, weed out a new territory. It really seems like this is what Gastown is. It's a project, an attempt at going full throttle into the vibe coding, like, paradigm to weed out, some new territory, some new frontier in the, agentic coding, AI coding continent, And I think this is interesting. This is non-functional, and this is, very sloppy right now, but it's still interesting. It might lay the ground for something better and more qualitative and more refined and more effective, in a few months, in a few years, by people who will actually do it more seriously, right? And maybe more step by step, because he basically did that quite quickly, right? It was like a few weeks, months of work, and all of his system itself, all of Gastown itself is vibe coded. So it's like, the amount of slop in there is pretty crazy. But I just want to read you this. Working effectively in Gastown involves committing to vibe coding. Work becomes fluid, an unaccountable substance that you sling around freely, like slopping shiny fish into wooden barrels at the docks. Most work gets done, some work gets lost. Fish fall out of the barrel, and some escape back to the sea or get stepped on. More fish will come. The focus is throughput, creation, and correction at the speed of thought. So he made, the illustration is this, of course, AI generated, image where the little polecats are the agents, right? And they're just, throwing around the bits of each little ball here is a commit or a code change, So, sometimes it goes in the barrels, but sometimes it's spilled. It goes everywhere. It's working, and the manager is saying it's working somehow. Work in Gastown can be chaotic and sloppy, which is how it got its name. Some bugs get fixed 2 or 3 times, and someone has to pick the winner. Other fixes get lost. Designs go missing and need to be redone. It doesn't matter because you are churning forward relentlessly on huge piles of work, which Gastown is both generating and consuming. You might not be 100% efficient, but you are flying. I think this is a very funny, interesting, experiment. Yeah, Gastown is an experiment, and it's an interesting experiment. So basically, in Gastown, there are different like roles in the system. So there is the mayor, there is you here, who communicates mainly with the mayor, and the mayor has like deacons, which are the watchers, with the whip, and the polecats and the dogs are like the crew, like the actually AI agents that are going to make the code changes and stuff like that. And there's a refinery to basically process all of the outputs from the agents into, I guess, checking for correctness, making running the tests, making sure the plans are followed, And voila, at the end you have the merge code that comes out. And voila, and maybe at the end you have something that kind of works, but it's not at all at this stage guaranteed. But this is just funny. So voila, so the town, Riggs, the overseer, it's you, the mayor, Paul Katz, refinery, the witness, the deacon, dogs, the crew, mail, voila. And it's like, I think it's something interesting to watch, like if you actually want to be at the avant-garde, of like what's probably going to happen in the next year or so, or 2 years in the agentic coding, environment. I think this might be, a concept, this concept of, big scale AI orchestration is actually like probably where it's going to go towards. It's the direction that's going to go. But this is obviously a very, but at the same time, it's an open source project, so maybe it's going to get better and it's going to become great. At some point, I'm not sure when. Today, it's definitely not great to run. It basically burns all your token and it outputs mostly, sloppy stuff that don't work. But maybe and as he says himself, maybe in a few months when the training data of the current state of the art models get trained on this article and on the code base or whatever, maybe maybe it will be like auto-realizing prophecy, right? It's like, since it will be written somewhere and the AI models will be trained on this notion that you have AI orchestration system, maybe they will become better at it, because they will be more familiar with the concept and they will know like what they are supposed to do in this role or that role or whatever, and yeah. Even though he noticed that at the current stage, like it seems that the current models are pretty good at adapting to their role already, yeah, look, there's so many abstractions and like sub concept into this thing. I'm sure it can be simplified, right? Or at least it can be adapted, to a simple. Well, the guy that made this has a very active mind. Like he really, it's really clear when you read his article that he's a hyperactive person. And he wants to shove everything in one big basket. But maybe it will, I'm sure it can be purified and refined in a way and simplified, because it is a real gas town as it is right now, hence the name, so yeah, he's kind of right about this. It's funny. I think he wrote some updates recently too. Yeah, Gastown emergency. Voilà, so that's for the aimed at the people who are crazy enough to try Gastown, which I'm not going to be part of, But yeah, it's voilà. It's on the forefront of something, and it might, yeah, it might be the first sloppy example of something more general that we will see in the next few months, years. I've already said that. Now I'm going to stop and switch to another topic. Next topic. Thinking machines. Murati. She's losing two co-founders to OpenAI. So basically, she got some people from OpenAI to come to her lab, her new lab, where they want to do, among other things, as I've heard and as I remember, deterministic LLMs, basically to solve the problem with like hallucinations and stuff like that, and even the problem with like the inherent creativity that can lead to hallucinations sometimes. They I think they published a few papers, Thinking Machines Lab, about making LLMs more like machines, actual, robots where, that are deterministic, that, you when you say do this, it always does the same thing. That was one of the problems that they tried to, tackle. So they had, I think, published a bunch of papers. I'm wondering now, like when people go out instead of go in, right? Usually it's a bad sign. So I'm wondering if this is just a sign of something, worst. Like if this is a bad sign for just the health of her company. Like, are they trying to do? Is it successful, or is it just losing? Is Thinking Machines Labs losing some steam or something? Because usually when people believe and are very enthusiastic about what a company is doing, they stay, right? That they don't leave. Tinker. What is Tinker? Training API for researchers. Okay. So are they trying to become like B2B for research institution or something? Ah, voilà. Tinker. On policy distillations. Voilà. Defeating non-determinism in LLM inference. That's what I thought was their big objective, their big added value offer to the world would be this. So I guess they published like one paper, but they don't seem to have iterated on the concept, it seems. Like, is Tinker a pivot? Are they pivoting? Okay. I mean, yeah, if they want to be, okay. So maybe they are trying to do a little pivot to make some money, I guess, to become like, service providers to research institutions, something. That would explain. I'm not sure though, but yeah, maybe. What is this article saying? Alors, we have parted ways with Berezov. Parted ways. Is it parted ways? Is it a bit of a like a hard way to talk? It does not seem very happy, The parted ways Berezov. Sumish Shintala will be the new CTO of Thinking Machines. He's a brilliant and seasoned leader who has made an important contribution to the AI field. We measure we could have been taking more responsibility. Okay. Okay, so it's not very happy stuff, I guess. Okay, happy news. Yeah, so interesting. Next up, let's see. What is that? Gale.com? What is this? Gale.com? What is this? Hello and welcome to the Gay.com FAQ. Why isn't there any content there? Can't you at least throw up a picture of your cat for the internet? Sorry, I have a cat, but she's pretty and exciting by internet standards. We wanted to keep the server's attack surface as small as possible to keep it safe. What is Gale? Is it something real? How did you manage to get Gale.com? But what does Gale mean? Also, I don't know. How many times a day this page visited? 2020, this page visited 5 million times. Huh? I'm not famous. It seems likely that most visitors simply mistype Gmail. And end up visiting Gale.com by mistake. Okay. Okay, that's funny. You'll go there because they type wrong Gmail. Okay. I tried to send some photo to my girlfriend, type Gmail. There are only two valid addresses on the Gale.com. So it is, well, yeah. It's likely. No. My amazing email provider, ProtonMail, rejects about 1.2 million misaddressed email per week to the Gale.com domain. Wow. Damn. I think you're infringing on my trademark. My husband and I successfully defended ourselves against attempted domain takeover in 2006. Wow. Just because they have the gal.com monetizing. No, don't you know that you could throw some ads up and make money? Yes, I know. For those who feel they need advertising, please have a look at Swanky Electronic Frontier Foundation. If you believe in the free internet, please consider clicking on the link and donating to the EFF. That's fine. If you have a question, answer, feel free to send it to faq@gale.com. Thanks for visiting Gale. Did you just discover that right now because you mistyped? That's funny. Alors, OpenAI signs 10 billion Cerebras deal. I think Cerebras is like the guys that are going to do very big chips, right? Like wafer-sized chips, right? Yeah, that's right. NVIDIA Cerebras, yeah. Wafer scale. Yeah. This AI person is kind of cute. Enterprise. Okay, interesting. So 10 billion deal. So they're not buying though, right? They're not buying. It's a deal. 10 billion compute from Cerebras. Wow. The deal is worth 10 billion. And 750 megawatts. No, it's news on Hacker News. Okay. But I found funny. Yeah, it's very funny. Gale. Cerebras filed for an IPO in 2024, but since then has pushed back a number of times. Pushed it back. The company was in talks to raise another $1 billion at $22 billion valuation. It's also worth noting that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is already an investor. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess the AI human centipede investment circus is going to continue until morale improves. Next topic. Apple Gemini deal. Yeah. So it turns out, and I was so last stream I talked about the Apple Gemini deal, right? And I thought that actually it was Apple who refused to take OpenAI, because I thought Apple was the big, guy buying somebody else's. But it turns out that OpenAI actually was the one that refused the deal with Apple. And I want to know why. Because especially since they announced a collaboration like 1 or 2 years ago or something. That's interesting. The report also claims that OpenAI made a conscious decision to refrain from partnering with Apple. OpenAI declined to comment, but a person close to the company said it had taken a conscious decision to not become the custom model provider for Apple. And why is that? In the autumn of last year, and instead focus on building its own AI device to leapfrog. Yes, the big tech companies. Yeah, because OpenAI, let's not forget, is building a, I mean, so basically OpenAI has hired the former lead chief designer at Apple, right? There was this, gay couple picture with this guy and Sam Altman. What is the name of this? Voila, Sam and Joni. Voila, the gay couple photo. Look at this. So this guy worked on all the, iPhones before, basically. Johnny Hive. And it turns out so he's going to help OpenAI come up with some hardware, basically, because right now OpenAI is software on GPUs, but still software. They want to actually start manufacturing devices on which ChatGPT and OpenAI will have their own OS and AI stuff, I guess. And to do that in the best way possible, of course, they have hired this guy who knows how to do good product design, right? Since he's done that at Apple for the longest time, which is interesting, and it's probably going to end up with, let's hope for them, something interesting. Because I guess they already know what they should not do. They should not do something like the Rabbit one or something. Yeah, voilà. This flopped like crazy. It was also not finished. Like the product was rushed, but it's just redundant with smartphones basically. So yeah, I'm wondering what they will do, because like they need to do something that is not redundant with a smartphone. Of course, there are plenty of things that can be not redundant with smartphones. It's just that the feature set that is not redundant is very small. Like with smartwatches, there is the sensor aspect on your skin. The glasses have the vision. But I'm not sure what they will do. We're thrilled to share that the IO Products Inc. team has officially merged with OpenAI. Johnny Ive and Love From remain independent and have assumed deep design and creative responsibility across OpenAI. Interesting. So I guess that's why they canceled the Apple deal, because they knew that they were going in this direction. They hired a former Apple guy, and maybe, I guess it was, if I were OpenAI, I guess I would not be very appeased by the fact that maybe I'm going to have a big contract with somebody with like a company with which I'm going to compete heavily on some segments. Maybe OpenAI will release like a smartwatch or a smart glass or a VR headset or something. And so, of course, maybe Apple would like to cancel the contract at the worst possible time if they could. So I guess they wanted to, make sure they can forecast their revenues in a more stable way. It's an uncertainty that Apple and OpenAI at least had discussions about it, but it's not clear whether the iPhone maker actually offered the company a contract. The wording allows for the possibility of OpenAI turning down a deal, but it may merely mean it had decided to decline were Apple to make an offer. Okay, so maybe it's not 100% OpenAI. Maybe they both agreed to disagree. Sam is OpenAI is ChatGPT, right? Yes, exactly. One use glasses. Yeah, Johnny Hive has glasses. Who's the Anthropic leader? The Anthropic leader is Dario Amodei. Dario Amodei is the Anthropic leader, this guy. The AI device referred to in the piece is still a mysterious piece of hardware designed by former Apple design chief Johnny Ive, of course. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to wait to see what they do, you know? Next topic. AI models are cracking math problems, it seems. Oh, you look like a scientist. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think this guy and most of the founders of Anthropic were actually OpenAI employees and researchers, I think, at the base. And because, you know, they saw some Altman and they decided to not continue. And I guess the Anthropic guys at the beginning, and it can be argued still today, take the security aspects of AI systems way more seriously than OpenAI potentially, you know? Yeah, and that's why they left basically, because they were not happy with how OpenAI was treating security of AI systems. And you know, I guess a lot of those were like what we call affirmative no, not what is the less wrong community? Less wrong community name? The rationalist? No, it's not. They were not fuck. No, they were. Oh, I had this in my mind a few days ago. Fuck. Attends. Wait a minute. What is the name of this Silicon Valley philosophical approach to AI and economic stuff? List. Affirmative. Ah, voilà. Effective accelerationist? No. And in OpenAI? No, the effective accelerationists are the answer to something else that I don't remember. And the reverse of that? No. Yatkovsky. Others. Techno, post, no. No, attends. Let me ask Gemini. It's EA, it's no, EA, mais effective, mais non. Effective acceleration? No. Wait, I need to find this word. Effective accelerationism for growth. Ah, voilà, effective altruism. That's what I was searching for. Yeah, voilà. So I think most of the guys, the Anthropic guys, were very strong into the effective, effective altruism approach, where they have, so basically the base of their philosophy is we need to for the good of the future humans, we need to maximize the impact that we can do today to maximize the potential happiness of humans in the future. That's like the base of their philosophy, also called long-termism or whatever. Yeah, effective altruism. So basically they want to be altruists, right? But they want to be altruists not just for the humans of today, but also for the humans of the future. And usually this is coupled with the reflection on AI safety, because of course if AI, super intelligence AI or whatever goes wrong, it will kill all humans And so it's very bad for long-termist effective algorithm. And so basically to save, to make sure that humanity is protected from the bad consequences of AI and extermination or whatever, voila. They want to beef up the AI safety today to prevent human extinction in the future. Voila. They worry that an unaligned AI could cause human extinction and advocate for caution, alignment, research, and regulation. Well, basically, most, and I feel like, a lot of the Dario Amodei guys were, that founded OpenAI, Anthropic from OpenAI were kind of more aligned with this, even though, of course, they are themselves AI researcher, so they don't want to stop the development of AI research, contrary to Eliezer Yudkowsky, who is a very well-known guy in this circle. They just want to make sure that at every step of the way towards AGI, towards super intelligence AI or whatever, they make sure that everything is under control, and so voila. And that's why Anthropic is always testing all their models into completely contorted, scenarios where the AI need to sneak or to be a rat for and lie to achieve the goal or whatever. They that's why they're doing that. But what was I talking about? Yeah. They're starting to crack high-level math problem. Interesting. I always use Cloud Code in Copilot. I understand, yeah. I was curious to establish a baseline for when LLMs are effectively able to solve open math problems compared to where they struggle, so many said. Over the weekend, Neil Somani, who is a software engineer, former quant researcher, and a startup founder, was testing the math skills of OpenAI new model when he made an unexpected discovery. After pasting the problem into ChatGPT and letting it think for 15 minutes, he came back to a full solution. He evaluated the proof and formalized it with a tool called Harmonic. But it all checked out. What is Harmonic math tool? Ah oui, Aristotle. I've heard of this Aristotle. That it's a tool that helps LLM compete in math Olympiads for some reason. I remember seeing on YouTube on a video like a table with some math, benchmark, and it was always like Aristotle plus Opus, Aristotle plus GPT 5.2. So I guess this is this. GPT's chain of thought is even more impressive, rattling off mathematical axioms like Legendre's formula, Bertrand's postulate, and the Star of David theorem. Eventually, the model found a math overflow post from 2013 where Harvard mathematician Noam Elkies had given an elegant solution to a similar problem, but ChatGPT's final proof differed from Elkies' work in important ways and gave a more complete solution to a version of the problem posed by legendary mathematician Paul Erdos. Oh, really? A complete solution to a version of the problem whose vast collection of unsolved problems has become a proving ground for AI. The UI on the left is not on that topic. Huh? What? Wait, you're talking about what? It was 2 minutes ago. Of your BS. Ah, yes, you're right. Wait, what? Ah, yeah? What happened here? Ah, yeah, it was, yeah, there was a bug, I guess. Did I click unexpectedly? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, mais non, wait. It's still wrong? What? Wait a minute. Bon, let's Okay. Okay, now, okay, there was a little bug here. Okay, now it's good. Bah, 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 bah. Alors, attends, let me reread this because it seems a big deal. Eventually, the model found a Math Overflow post from 2013 where Harvard mathematician Noam Elkis had given an elegant solution to a similar problem, but ChatGPT's final proof differed from Elkis' work in important ways and gave a more complete solution to a version of the problem posed by a legendary mathematician Paul Erdos. Whose vast collection of unsolved problems has become a proving ground for AI. So it solved something radically new. That's interesting. For anyone skeptical of machine intelligence, it's a surprising result, and it's not the only one. AI tools have become ubiquitous in mathematics, from formalization-oriented LLMs like Harmonics Aristotle, yeah, to literature review tools like OpenAI's Deep Research. But since the release of GPT 5.2, which Somani describes as anecdotally more skilled at mathematical reasoning than previous iterations, anecdotally, does that mean like not a lot, or does that mean kind of good? Bon. The sheer volume of solved problems has become difficult to ignore, raising new questions about large language models' ability to push the frontier of human knowledge. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that actually. 2 weeks after the release of 5.2, but I did not pay much attention. But maybe I should have. I've heard some some math people. I'm not sure if it was in like Sabine, the physics woman, who makes YouTube videos every day. I think she talked about this, that like she had mathematician friends of her who told her that like GPT 5.2 was actually impressive compared to what they had seen before. Somani was looking at the Erdos problem, a set of over 1,000 conjectures by the Hungarian mathematician that are maintained online. The problems have become a tempting target for AI-driven mathematics, varying significantly in both subject matter and difficulty. And so I guess these problems are not solved, right? Like this is problems that it's not like a kind of very hard exam. It's something that is genuinely unsolved, I guess, right? The first batch of autonomous solutions came in November from a Gemini-powered model called AlphaVol. But more recently, Somani and others have found GPT 5.2 to be remarkably adept with high-level math. Since Christmas, 15 problems have been moved from open to solved on the Erdos website, and 11 of the solutions have specifically credited AI models as involved in the process. Wow. The revered mathematician Terence Tao has a more nuanced look at the progress on his GitHub page, counting 8 different problems where AI models made meaningful autonomous progress on an Erdos problem, with 6 other cases where progress was made by locating and building on previous research. It's a long way from AI systems being able to do math without human intervention, but it's clear that there's an important role for large models to play. Interesting. I mean, what's nice is that if they can do math, it means that they could also apply this, since math is like the most abstract of the STEM areas, right? they could apply I mean, it means that we could, for example, try to apply those AI models to like physics research, for example, you know, where there's also lots of math involved, different kinds of math, and I guess, you know, math that needs to be proven in the real world with experiments, but still, you know, I've heard, but of course I'm not an expert on that, so, you know, my overview is limited, but I've heard that, you know, the physics research around gravity has stalled for a few decades now, except around gravitational waves, I guess, where we are making some progress, but except that, we're like pretty stagnant, more or less. We are getting some results on the standard model, like the particle physics are going well, I guess, but yeah, the gravity side, but maybe we could apply those models to, you know, these kinds of stalled physics research areas, I guess. On Mastodon, Terence Tao is on Mastodon, interesting. Tao conjectured that the scalable nature of AI systems makes them better suited for being systematically applied to the long tail of obscure errorless problems. Many of which have actually straightforward solutions. As such, many of these easier errorless problems are now more likely to be solved by purely AI-based methods than by humans or hybrid means. Tao continued. Another driving force is a recent shift toward formalization, a labor-intensive task that makes mathematical reasoning easier to verify and extend. Formalization, a labor-intensive task that makes mathematical reasoning easier to verify and extend. Formalization doesn't require use of AI or even computers, but a new crop of automated tools have made the process far easier. The open source proof assistant Lean, which was developed at Microsoft Research in 2013, has become widely used within the field as a way of formalizing proof. And AI tools like Harmonix, Aristotle promise to automate much of the work of formalization. For Harmonic founder Tudor Hakim, the sudden jump in solved errorless problems is less important than the fact that the world's greatest mathematicians are starting to take those tools seriously. I care more about the fact that math and computer science professors are using AI tools. These people have reputations to protect, so when they're saying they use Aristotle and they use ChatGPT, that's real evidence. Yeah, I mean, look, if the mathematicians start to using AI, you know, what better proof do you need that it's actually useful? Yeah. I mean, we know. I mean, look, any computer scientist, computer, you know, a software engineer, dev, programmer who uses AI know, especially the latest models, know that it's useful. But it's funny that they are starting now to even be useful on the frontier of human knowledge. Yeah. Which is pretty cool, pretty nice, pretty inspiring, you know? Pretty nice. Next topic. Talking about famous people using AI. It turns out that Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux, who is today still, you know, the main core maintainer of the Linux kernel, is vibe coding. Even Linus Torvalds is trying his hand at vibe coding, but just a little. And Git, yes, you're right. And Git. But then I cut out the middleman, me. Linux and Git creator Linus Torvalds' latest project contains code that was basically written by vibe coding, but you shouldn't read that to mean that Torvalds is embracing that approach for anything and everything. Yeah, I mean, I think that just this, like, I can understand, you know, like the roaring sound of all the very angry programmers that what are just appalled by this news. I'm sure, because there's many AI haters among the software engineer community. Um, Torvald Torvalds sometimes works on small hobby projects over holiday breaks. Last year, he made guitar pedals. This year, he did some work on audio noise, which he calls another silly guitar pedal related repo. It creates random digital signal audio effects because we may lose our job. Maybe, but to me, like most of the hate against AI models and AI coding seems to come from a place where some people take, clean coding and, code elegance very, very, very seriously. And because they, like it's part of their identity and, like how they code and how well their code looks and feel and, how elegant code they write is like a full part of their professional identity, and so of course when people come with their AI slop coding machines and the code is not, the code kind of works now, but it's not elegant, it's not it's not I mean I guess it's mostly clean right nowadays. You can ask I mean the default code style is pretty standard nowadays for the models. But yeah, like of course, it's there is like an artistic touch aspect to coding to a lot of developers, especially those who obviously have a, I don't know, a reputation or whatever to defend and to because they're getting paid big money by big companies. You need to justify that salary, I guess. So it's I think it's also like a cultural thing. It's like and a religion thing also. It's like when you are praying to the god of clean code and code elegance and oh, this code works, but ew, it's ugly. I wouldn't have done that this way. Like this is these people, I feel see themselves as coding artists. They have like an innate touch to their code that makes them like a Michelangelo of code. It's like I think that's why they see. And of course when the Michelangelo of code see arriving on his front door the industrial complex of standardized factories, of course he's not happy. I think he's not happy because he's going to lose his job. I think he's not happy because this is unholy. This is it should not be. This is like blasphemous in a way. I think this is more something like this that is motivating the hate against the AI. Code is cheap now, but software is still expensive. Maintenance of ugly code is harder. Yeah, true. True. I mean, that's why, of course, yeah. I mean, that's why even today you like fully vibe coding without looking at the code and never. It's not practical because at some point, the AI. Today's AI don't have enough context to not be redundant if you use them long enough, right? You actually need to know where is which feature in your code base, and you need to be the manager of that, of course. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, in the age of in the industrial revolution, it's just that it's like we are having our industrial revolution, but for coding. You know, like up to a few years ago, coding was mostly a manual thing, a manual intellectual thing. Now, you know, it can be automated and it can be industrialized in a way, you know. So, you know, the same way the artisans and you know, the shoemakers who are making shoes, you know, one by one, with cutting the leather or whatever themselves, you know, maybe the shoes were higher quality, right? But less people could afford shoes, right? Today, of course, the shoes of the industrial, you know, complex is more affordable. You know, it's probably less qualitative than the old shoe guy that, you know, he used to make by hand. But it's also cheaper and there's more shoes available, you know. So same with this, I think. So, you know, some people will lose their job if they don't want to adopt, but you know, I think most people will adopt. Will, you know, it's like, yeah, it's just that, yeah, we are living for the coding era, what we had for the industrial goods a few centuries before, you know. It will just bring more abundance to the world. An abundance of code, potentially slop code, bad code, for sure. The same way we had and we have today an abundance of bad shoes, right? Shoes that can only last for like 6 months and then you need to change them, but you buy the shoes for $20, right? So it's okay. It's okay. You can, you know, if you can buy, if you can spend $20 every 6 months, you can buy cheap shoes and it works, you know. Same here. Alors, he has used an AI coding tool in the README. Also note that the Python visualizer tool has been basically written by Vibe Coding. I know more about analog filters, and that's not saying much that I do about Python. That's funny. I made in Python. He don't know. Yeah, he doesn't know about Python. Like, yeah, because the Linux kernel is in C++, I guess, right? It started out as my typical Google and do the monkey see, monkey do kind of programming. Yeah, so even, you know, yeah, for sure. Like most people do, right? The Stack Overflow copy paste that most people would do before AI, right? Of course. But then I cut out the middleman, me, and just use Google Anti-Gravity to do the audio sample visualizer. Yeah, Google Anti-Gravity is a fork of AI Focus ID Windsurf. It didn't specify which model you used, but using Anti-Gravity suggests it was some sort of Google Gemini, yeah. Torvalds past public comments on using large language model based tools for programming has been more nuanced than many online discussions about it. He has touted AI primarily as a tool to help maintain code, including automated patch checking and code reviews, citing examples of tools that found problems he had missed. I mean, yeah, I think especially, you know, on stuff like the Linux kernel or whatever, you just need to not change the code by the AI, but the AI can analyze, you know, can do static code base analysis, and you know, it can just go see if the problem is there, if he finds a problem. So, you know, that's okay. I mean, it's nice that he has this maturity, you know, to actually not be like religiously repelling, you know, like the AI stuff. He understands like what's good about the tool, you know, because there's a lot of you know, code programmer influencers, whatever, that do not have this fine approach. You know, like I've seen some people online, you know, some, you know, famous programmers or streamers or YouTubers or whatever, that like genuinely think that AI coding is a scam. You know, like you know, like the same way crypto was a scam, or you know, NFTs were a scam. Like, and to a certain, I think to a certain extent, there might be a bunch of former crypto bros who have turned into AI bros, but it's not that, because you know, AI is way more, is AI is actually useful, you know. Crypto was mostly about like pump and dump speculation schemes. Um, but you know, especially like the smaller unknown coins and NFTs and stuff like that. But AI is actually useful. Like, you know, it's not the same, but some people just don't want to see that. I think it's pretty sad, you know, because it's, you know, and sadly, often it's like older programmers, you know. So you know, it's pretty sad because it really proves that, like, yeah, when you get old, you get, you know, crusty and grumpy, and you don't want, you know, you don't want to, you close your mind to anything new, and that's just sad to see, I think. Because yeah, AI has problems, right? But it also has a lot of good uses, you know. Look, I'm happy to see that Linus Torvalds is actually not part of those old crusty grumpy programmers, but he just, you know, understands the value of the thing with its problems, of course. He's not anti-AI in principle, but he's very much anti-hype. Yeah, and he's right about this. The hype, the crazy hype that the AI labs have touted for the last few years was too much compared to what the models could do. So yeah, it's good that he's anti-hype, but it's good that he knows the value, you know, and the problems also. Based on that, you might be surprised that he used self-described vibe coding to build a part of his application, but you probably shouldn't be. There are a few key things here. First, AudioNose is entirely a personal hobby project. It's pretty much just a toy, not serious infrastructure. Yeah, exactly. Like, he does not use vibe coding on the Linux kernel, and he's probably not going to do that anytime soon. Of course. Torvalds really mean not make clear. He went with this approach in an instance where he previously would have just copied something from a forum thread or Stack Overflow anyway. That's right, right? That's what people were doing. It's just that they would not say it out loud, but that's what they would do, of course. As a visualizer tool component in the project is written in Python, which is not his specialty. Developers of all stripes are still fiercely debating what use, if any, AI coding tools should have in workflows. Just yesterday, developer Salvatore Sanfilippo published a widely circulated and discussed blog post arguing that such tools have already changed programming forever and aren't going away, even as he acknowledged the related chaos and problems. He wrote, "How do I feel about all the code I wrote that was ingested by LLMs? I feel great to be part of that because I see this as a continuation of what I tried to do all my life, democratizing code, systems, knowledge." Exactly. I mean, that's what AI coding does, right? It allows more people to access coding. The same way industrializing shoemaking made shoes more available to more people, you know. Yeah. LLMs are going to help us to write better software faster and will allow small teams to have a chance to compete with bigger companies. That's also true. The same thing open source software did in the 90s. Yes. As you might expect, the debate about this has been spirited, but while people argue in Hacker News comments, Torvalds, normally known to be intensely opinionated himself, is vibe coding audio tools over the holiday. That's right. Have you seen debates like this on Hacker News, Goncalves? Since I know you check Hacker News regularly. Tell me something if you know how to avoid in Copilot the agent to see some files, like M files. Alors, I think there's usually, so I think nowadays in most agentic coding agents, there is an option to force the AI agents to follow the git ignore. Sometimes in Hacker News, yeah, okay. You know, like for example, I know in Cursor, you have an option to like force, you know, like at the, not at the model level, right? At the operation level, you know, like the tool level, you there is usually an option to make the git ignore being applied not only to the git but also to the model. So the model doesn't have access to the git ignore files, which involves usually the .m files, right? You can also probably ban some commands or some files or something. Or maybe there is a copilot. I mean, I remember in Cursor there was like a cursor ignore specific for this reason. So sometimes if you wanted a file to be checked to Git but not to be seen by the model, you could add a git ignore style file type to the cursor ignore. Maybe there's a copilot ignore, copilot ignore, or just an option to apply the git ignore, I guess. Yeah, but I think it's been, these kinds of features have been out for a while, so I'm sure it's there's something like this for Copilot. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly because I've not used Copilot much. I've used Copilot like a week or two. That's all, and it was last year, so I'm not sure. Interesting. Next topic. Talking about AI code and devs. 96% of the devs don't trust AI code. Most devs don't trust AI generated code, but fail to check it anyway. Very typical. Developer survey from Sonar finds AI tool adoption as creating a verification bottleneck. Talk about letting things go. 96% of software developers believe AI generated code isn't functionally correct. Yet only 48% say they will check code generated with AI assistance before committing it. This conveniently self-validating statistic comes from Sonar, a company that sells code review and verification software. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if there's one thing that differentiates Vibe Code Slot from, coding with AI is the fact that you actually look at the output and check if roughly, it does what you want it to do and it's not redundant or it doesn't change somewhere or it doesn't add some weird shit to the mix, right? Or it's not redundant or it does not reproduce something that already exists, For example, you have Tailwind. Sometimes the model will write Tailwind styles, and then in another conversation, it will write the same CSS styles, and now you're not sure what gets applied. Is it the Tailwind styles or the CSS styles? Maybe both. You don't know anymore. And now when you want to change the styling of the CSS, you're asking the model, change it. But of course, it only reads a part of the file, or worse, if it's two different files, maybe it will check. So now you have the slop creeping in. The most commonly used code tools are GitHub Copilot, 75%, ChatGPT, like, ouais, not even the GPT, ChatGPT, like the chat interface. That's interesting. Code, 48%. Okay. Gemini AI, 37%. Cursor, 31%. Cursor only at 31%? Damn. I didn't know that GitHub Copilot was like that big compared to Cursor. I really thought that Cursor was in the front and GitHub Copilot was behind. That's interesting. Prototypes. The types of software projects where these developers are using AI tools range from prototypes, 88%, to internal production software, 83%. Production software for customer-facing applications, 73%, and production software for critical business services, 88%. Perplexity, 21%. OpenAI Codex, 21%. Okay. JetBrains, Amazon Q Developer, Windsurf, and others. I really thought that Cursor was like the big boy, but no. Turns out the growing usage of AI tooling has, according to Sonar, created a verification bottleneck. This verification step isn't trivial. Oh, using gitignore, GitHub Copilot respects. Ah voilà, you're getting no file by default. Files listed there won't be used as context for suggestion. Using Copilot. Ah voilà, Copilot ignore. You can create a Copilot ignore file. Voilà, same syntax as get ignored. This allows you to exclude files from Copilot specifically without affecting your Git. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same as cursor. Yeah, it's pretty. I guess it's pretty standard nowadays. So yeah, makes sense. While AI is supposed to save time, developers are spending a significant portion on that save time on review. Nearly all developers, 95%, spend at least some effort reviewing, testing, and correcting AI output. As they should, right? Like, it's okay. Just, I mean, if not only for the fact that, you know, the AI doesn't have taste, like, you know, for example, I created a little script to auto-generate thumbnails in Blender. And so, you know, I give them like the photo of me. I give them the background color, a logo, and some text. And you know, the script, the you know, the goal was to create uh, a Python script to, you know, put the photo I wrote into the config file. You know, the file name, the text at the correct position or whatever. But of course, you know, you have to modify some things, some config, some naming, some yeah. So yeah, but it's always for the details, like. But nowadays, like especially with the you know Opus and it's getting pretty robust in just doing the backbone of the code. Majority 59% rate that effort as moderate or substantial. And the thing with those models is that even if they don't code in your style, you can literally tell them what is your style. You know, for example, I told my models don't create nested structures more than 3 levels deep because I don't want to like go in. You know, I'm okay with having like 15 files in one folder. It's okay. Do that. You know. Yeah, don't be too clean. Like functions can be long. It's okay if it's relevant and if it's allow for, you know, ease of comprehension. You know, if you want to, you can even like ask the model to take a piece of code that you have written yourself in your style and describe what is the style, your style, in prompt language, and you would then feed this prompt back to the model so that it codes more like you. You know that there's many kinds of things you can do to make it more like you in a way. 38% of respondents said reviewing AI generated code requires more effort than reviewing human generated code. Depends, right? Like badly written human generated code, I think is worse than AI generated code because AI generated code is usually pretty standard at the base nowadays, and it's mostly correct canon. There's a YouTube channel I like a lot and speak there about a video tool of Linux. This YouTube channel is good. Here is that video. Okay, let me check. Ah, Kdenlive, yeah, that's for Linux. Free video editing that outclasses paid. Kdenlive, yeah. I actually hesitated to use Kdenlive for my editing, but I ended up with Blender just because Blender is more scriptable than Kdenlive. Mm. And voila. Yeah. Blender is for scripters. That's exactly who I am. I'm scripting everything I do in Blender. I mean, I will try. I did the scripts. Now I will try to use them. But yeah, like because I think for Kdenlive and most also other linear editors, there is usually some API for scripting in Python or whatever, but usually it's more linked to the export and the, exporting different resolution, whatever, of files automatically. But the actual, go into the timeline, cut this clip, add this file, put this thing on this layer. Usually in Kdenlive and others, it's not really like feasible. Or if it's feasible in a very hacky way, and the docs are not very, well documented. The API is not very well documented. But Blender, it turns out, has a fully documented Python API that, well, you can do everything. And actually you can do more with the scripts, with the Python scripts in Blender than with the UI. For example, I discovered a few days ago, like some simple stuff that the UI doesn't have a button for. Like, for example, inside when you select several strips, and like, for example, let's say you have like an element that you have, that is supposed to, I don't know, be on the video for the entire time or whatever. And it turns out that for the sake of editing, you cut this long strip into like 25 strips, But it turns out at some point in the editing, I want to move this element like higher or lower or something. I cannot just select all the strips and say to the element that is the same element, right? Identical among all strips, but I cannot say to all the strips, please move all of your elements that is the same higher in one button or whatever. I can't do that. I need to select each strip independently and move manually, the element. And, I felt this was very annoying. So I created a little script to do that, to select all of the strips that I have selected and to, raise the position of the element inside by x% or whatever. And I can do that with a script, and that's very cool because I can literally add, it's as if I add new features or buttons to the UI, but not through going through the hassle of forking the repo, and adding my Z++ change. I can just use the Python API script to do something quick, and I can just run the script, and voila, it does what I want. This is pretty cool, and it seems it's only possible on Blender. Nice, yeah. But the thing is, Blender is like not at feature parity with Kdenlive or DaVinci Resolve or whatever. Like, there's plenty of features that Blender does not have as a linear editor. Blender, the VSC, the video sequencer, is not a full video editor, but it's a partial video editor. And it turns out that you can actually, fill the gaps with the scripting. So, it's interesting to me, and it's way more automatable than the others, So, I think it's cool. And since the API is very well documented, you can use AI models, and you can tell AI models, go search online to the Blender API Python docs and do me a little script, and usually it works. So, that's very different from, like, I heard DaVinci Studio, DaVinci Resolve, for example, has a Python API, but it's not very well documented, and it's annoying, and some of the docs is even outdated, and it doesn't work like that. And they made a change, but they didn't update the docs. Yeah. But there's also the 3D aspect that I'm not using. But you know, maybe I could use someday. I don't know. No, I mean it depends. Yeah. Mm. I mean, yeah, KD Live, yeah, it's good if you are a manual editor, you know, like that is used to do Premiere Pro stuff. Yeah, or DaVinci Resolve, I guess, stuff. But if you want to automate, actually, you know, and you don't have crazy editing demands too, right? For example, in Blender, the sound editing is very, very, very minimal. There's like just one equalizer effect to, you know, boost the bass and the highs, and that's all. And the mids, and that's all. So if you're ready to, like, you know, use some Python stuff to uh, add features programmatically to Blender, you know, for example, in one of my workflow, I use a Python library to cut all the silences. You know, like I have a video and I launch it in Blender. I analyze. I cut the silences. I transcript everything with Whisper, and I add captions. Or yeah, I add captions, or I use the captions to like cut. Also, you know, yeah. But let's get back to the so yeah, if you're ready to do that, I guess Blender could in a way leverage the power of Python, you know, if you are ready to go to the programmatic route, which might be even more powerful than Kden or DaVinci. But yeah, you need to go this route, and it's a different route than most people for editing. Next topic. Alors yeah, I saw this little news. I don't edit videos, but for photography I used an open source software called Darktable because Lightroom was too expensive. Photography Darktable. I've heard of Darktable. Yeah, it's specialized in photography. Mm, yeah, yeah, I've heard of it. I guess if I actually, you know, had like a real, I guess if I was in photography, I would probably use that. Yeah. So, mm-mm-mm. Yeah, because I I I think I'm for the image editing. I think I'm going to mostly use GNU. No GNU. No no GIMP. GNU image manipulator. Yeah, GIMP. I mean, I'm going to use GIMP, which is the GNU image manipulator. Yeah, voilà. I'm going to use GIMP. Why? Because it's also the most scriptable. It turns out of the most, you know. Like I know that on Omarchi they have Pinta, for example, and they have Krita, Krita and Pinta for the image stuff, and for the vector I don't remember. Wait, what is there for the vector? Uh, Inkscape. Yeah, and Inkscape for the vectors. Yeah, I think I'm going to use that. Inkscape for the vectors and for just the raw, you know, for Photoshop like. I'm going to use GIMP because, like Blender, it has a good, well-documented Python API. Yeah. But yeah, if I was into photography, I guess I would also use this. Yeah, Darktable. But next topic, India Ethereal X raises 20 million, which is kind of it's a big amount of money, huh? It's just that it's funny now that we see so many billions being thrown out. You know, like funnily enough, the AI boom has made the like billions of funding or something of investment rounds seem like it's normal. It's not. Most startups get millions, still, even today. Indian space tech company Ethereal X. The startup is developing a launch vehicle designed to be fully reusable and arranging engine hot fire test ahead of its first technology demonstration flight. It's funny, we're going to have lots of rocket companies, huh? Because even in Europe, we have a lot of rocket companies, right? We have like a Spanish one, a French one, a German one. I guess there's probably a UK one, right? But in the US, they have too many. India too. Like, yeah. Svelte. Wait. I'm going to add that to the end, okay? And also because I need to speed up. Wait a minute. Ah ouais. Yeah, I have to update my stuff, I guess. EDE. Okay, let me just update this. Okay, so good new space stuff. Next topic, flock safety breach. Talking about vulnerability. We're going to talk about this later, but now. Flock safety exposed live police. So flock safety is a startup that basically monitors neighborhoods with like Raspberry Pis linked with the internet and like 5G internet and a camera, yeah. And it turns out that the dozens of license plate reading cameras and other law enforcement related cameras exposed some camera feeds to the internet. Flock Safety said only a small number of Condor cameras were affected, but the exposure still allowed outsiders to view and manipulate police video feeds. The company confirmed the data breach to WFLX after we heard concerns about people being able to access links to Flock Safety's Condor camera. This allowed people to access live feeds of the camera, watch about a month worth of archival footage, and even delete a video from the system. Oh, wow. Ben Jordan, a YouTuber with concerns about how these types of law enforcement cameras can be used to surveil private citizens, found the issue while searching the internet. He said he was surprised to find the amount of access with the cameras while discovering trends in people's day-to-day lives, calling it Netflix for stalkers while showing us the feeds. Yeah. Wow. So it's a little bit different than just having access to a security camera somewhere. Because you were able to find out this woman works alone on this forest trail at 7 p.m. He said he's concerned a potential bad actor commit crime with this information. Jordan also had national security concerns because these cameras are found all over the country, arguing a foreign adversary could access the cameras for their benefits, have a similar leak to the company's other cameras. I mean, yeah, dude, if you work for a startup that has police footage and like is literally about providing security, maybe it's a good idea to have good cyber security yourself. I don't know. That's a bit crazy to hear. Right? Come on. Because so I've actually heard of this startup before, and what they do is I think they pay like a fee, like basically you can install on your, on your garden or on your mailbox or whatever, you can install one of these cameras that is, I think, either like self-sustaining, like it has maybe some micro solar panel or whatever, and they just film the street. And when a car of a criminal who has a car plate that is registered as wanted in the police database, the camera can scan the plate and send the information to the police officers, with the info, by the way, this car that you were searching for because the guy has done some crimes or whatever, this car passed at this street this time, and so he's in the neighborhood basically. So that's very useful to catch criminals. But yeah, of course, if you like cybersecurity measures, it ends up bad, of course. Yeah. Especially since, these cameras, they watch, I guess, the street most of the time, but, maybe also the sidewalks next to the street. Next topic. Talking about vulnerability again. US cargo tech company publicly exposed its shipping system and customer data to the web. Voilà. Security researchers have been urging the global shipping industry to shore up their cyber defenses after a spate of cargo theft were linked to hackers. The researchers say they have seen elaborate hacks targeting logistic companies to hijack and relate large amounts of their customers' product in the hand of criminals. In what has become an alarming collusion between hackers and real-life organized crime gangs. A delivery truck of stolen vapes here, a suspected Lobster Heights there. One little-known incremental US shipping tech company has spent the last few months patching its own system following the discovery of a raft of simple vulnerabilities which inadvertently left the doors to the shipping platform wide open to anyone on the internet. Yep. Same thing. Cybersecurity. Dig. Next topic. Dig launches its new Reddit arrival to the public. Alors, Reddit alternative? That's good. Lately, I've been using Reddit. I'm a Reddit user, but I've been a bit bored. Because, there's a lot of memes and stuff, and in a way, I kind of like the memes, but I'm like, I wish there were some better, more interesting content on Reddit apart from the memes. Because usually most of the interesting stuff that happens, I hear about it on Twitter, right? On X. Not on Reddit. And on Reddit, I just mostly have people complaining about stuff, like complaining about, French politics or whatever. But it's not actually useful information. People joke too much already. Yeah, exactly. It's jokes. And Reddit just had slightly too much jokes and political commentary that I usually don't agree with. you know, to for my liking, and not enough like, you know, news. Like maybe I should replace Reddit by Hacker News. Basically, I'm sure there are probably more interesting tech news on Hacker News than Reddit. It's just that I just have this habit about checking Reddit. But yeah, nice. The I guess Dig is Dig like already out. Originally a Web 2.0 era news aggregation site was once valued at $175 million in 2008, and it was ultimately outpaced by Reddit. The earlier version was sped up in 2012. You can browse feeds featuring posts from across a selection of its communities and join other communities that align with your interests. Yeah. It's very similar to Reddit. Huh? Is that Dig? Damn, that's just... It just seems like a Reddit copycat. Like up to the slash and... I mean, yeah. Can post and upvote or dig the consent the site's content. Oop. The rise of AI. Arcanews is great. Yeah. Maybe I should check Arcanews more. Dig and Rose and Ohanian believe, leading them to acquire Dig last March. Ohanian. Wait, Alexi Ohanian? Like the Reddit guy? The Reddit guy has bought a Reddit competitor? That's funny. Are we back under the ownership of it? I know. Kevin Rose. I know Kevin Rose is the original founder, along with Reddit co-founder Alexi Ohanian. Oh yeah. He's launching his public beta to the public. That's funny. They're betting that AI can help to address some of the messiness and toxicity of today's social media landscape. At the same time, social platforms will need a new set of tools to ensure they're not taken over by AI bots. Yeah, we obviously don't want to force everyone doing some kind of crazy KYC process. Instead, he proposed that Dig should pick up a little signals of trust along the way and bundle them all together into something that's meaningful. Instead of simply offering verification check marks, Dig will try new technologies, zero knowledge proofs, yeah, to verify the people using its platform. Cryptographic methods that verify information without revealing the underlying data. Are you going to analyze IDs, basically? Because, like, cryptographic methods do not magically prevent from botting, eh? I guess it prevents botting if you... I mean, you will still, like, how are they going to do this? Like, it makes me think about, you know, like the magical crypto blockchain, you know, magic that people were trying to shove down our throats a few years ago. You know, the blockchain for the postal service. Wow, it doesn't make sense, but it's cool, right? No, doesn't make sense. It never made sense. It's like trying to make the postal service adopt peer-to-peer technology. It doesn't fucking work. It's not made for this. It could also do other things, like require the people who join a product-focused community verify they actually own or use a product being discussed here. Well, how is that going to be free and open internet then? It's going to be hyper gatekeeping communities, it seems. As an example, a community for Ura ring owners could verify that everyone who posts has proven they own one of the smart rings. Bon, look, let them try this, right? It's probably not going to work, but you know, it's good that there's competition. So good for them. I'm not sure how owning something inside a community can lower toxicity though. It's just that the people who buy the thing will also end up being toxic the same way, you know, like toxic people also buy stuff, you know? It's not like, oh, you have bought this? You are not toxic. No, no. There are probably going to be as many toxic people as before. Huh? Bon, you know, let them try that. Good luck with big Trump. Good. Ah, wait, ah. This story is quite funny. Quite funny. I think it's the continuation of something that was announced a few days ago, but you know, I guess it changed a little bit. President Donald Trump confirmed that the White House will approve China's sales of NVIDIA's H200 chips. Trump said the government will take 25% of the sales one day after formal regulations were published for such sales. It's still unclear if Chinese regulators will approve the imports of NVIDIA chips. That's so funny, right? Like just when the US government says, okay, now we can export, and funny enough, at the great outrage of the Trump supporters or government, you know, right-wing elements of government and of parliament, it seems they don't want to be exporting the H200s to China. Just at this time, China is like, oh, actually, I don't want it. You know, actually, voilà. China drafting purchase rules for NVIDIA H200 chips. China is working to set rules on how many advanced artificial chips companies can buy from foreign makers, such as NVIDIA. And if you do that, and you know, in China, all the companies, you know, like they preemptively do anything that the Chinese Communist Party does. Like, you know, China is not a place of free, you know, of freedom, business freedom. No, they just want to not have the, you know, the scope of the Chinese Communist Party on their company. So they are going to not buy any chips, probably. The Chinese central government is working on rules that will likely regulate the total volume of cutting-edge AI chips local companies can purchase, effectively allowing some sales by NVIDIA instead of banning them outright. Yeah, I guess it might be part of the negotiations with the Trump administration, right? And also now, not only China rejects the hardware, but it also rejects the software now. Beijing tells Chinese firms to stop using US, Israeli, and also French, by the way, cybersecurity software. Reuters was not able to establish how many Chinese companies received a notice, with the sources said was issued in recent days. And I've heard also Thales is part. So yeah, Broadcom, Palo Alto Network, Fortinet, Checkpoint. I also heard like one of the French subsidiaries or whatever, VMware, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, Checkpoint. Ah, voilà. A third source said the software of Mendiant Wiz, owned by Alphabet, was banned in addition to US companies CrowdStrike, Sentinel-1, Recorded Future, McAfee, Clouty, Rabbit7. Ah, voilà. Israeli cybersecurity company CyberArk was also included, along with fellow Israeli firms Orca Security and Cato Networks. Imperva, owned by French defense company Thales, was also on the list. That's right. So the Chinese are, you know, upping their games, I guess. Their game. That's funny. And now, hello Yannick, how are you? I'm talking about China banning everything. So now, how are these negotiations will because like literally Trump has just put a 25 tariff on countries trading with Iran, and that includes China. No idea. I'm good. What about you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to try to finish the tech news in less than 2 hours and a half, unlike last time. Intel says laptop makers are sitting on about 9 to 12 months of stock, and it might be the key to surviving the RAM crush. Ah, yeah. So if you want a new computer with RAM, with lots of RAM, for example, buy it now, especially if it's a laptop, because I guess the laptop RAM increase in price will arrive next year. Whereas, for the desktop PCs, the RAM price increase are already in. But for the laptops, it's not in yet. So, I guess if you want to buy a computer, a cheap computer, when it comes to the RAM, you can buy one now. It's cheaper than buying the equivalent RAM in desktop. Interesting. Cool. While this isn't a civil bullet against RAM Ageddon, AI is going to consume the majority of the planet's DRAM chips after all. It's encouraging to see two key things happening here. First, most laptop makers have planned ahead. This should hopefully insulate new systems from price increases for at least the next few months. And second, it's forcing companies like Microsoft to look into their software and make it more efficient. For too long, the likes of Windows 11 have set their sights squarely on packing in new features because without really thinking about their efficiency for good reason, because RAM prices weren't being impacted. Now that they are, it's time to work on the plumbing rather than give us new Copilot features for the sake of it. Yes, I agree with this message. Very good. Microsoft. Yes. Maybe finally Microsoft is going to stop adding new features that nobody cares about in their bloatware OS and finally try to make it an efficient piece of software. That would be nice. And in a way, they don't have a choice because RAM prices are too high now. Microsoft debloating? Never. Yeah, I know, but hope makes you live, New iPhone leaked. Foldable iPhone leaked, built with liquid metal. Why? Why would it need a liquid metal? The hinge used in Apple's first foldable iPhone will be made from a liquid metal. Wow. An amorphous material Apple has been exploring for over 15 years. The main body of the device will apparently use a revised titanium material that improves strength while reducing overweight when compared with existing titanium iPhone frames, despite having virtually the same surface area. Very nice. Next topic. Forza Horizon 6 has been leaked. So we're going to get a new Forza Horizon 6. If you like cars, games, this is for you. To be launched soon. So don't buy Forza Horizon 5, right? Because soon there's going to be another one. Liquid metal sounds dangerous. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. I'm not even sure how it's like, how can you use liquid as a hinge? No idea. Other gaming news, Animal Crossing New Horizons is getting an update, actually. It's funny. I love Animal Crossing, so I couldn't not talk about this when I saw it. It's funny because I really thought that it was dead, basically. I really thought it was dead. So maybe we're not going to have Animal Crossing 2. I mean, the new Animal Crossing on the Switch 2, I meant. Soon. If they ship the update like this to keep the game alive, right? It's probably at least a year away from the launch of the new game. Otherwise, they would just work on the new game, I guess, right? So, yeah, I guess another year without a new Animal Crossing. But why liquid? What's wrong with the solid one? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Liquid metal lacks a crystal. Let me read the article. Liquid metal lacks a crystalline structure, meaning that it offers high strength, resists permanent bending, and holds up well against repeated mechanical stress. Those characteristics have led Apple to repeatedly explore liquid metal in patents covering hinges and other moving parts, especially for foldable devices where the material's fatigue, resistance, and spring-like behavior are essential to hinge durability. That's the answer to your question. I'm not sure I understood any more about how it works, but you know, it works. GOG, GOG. They want to compete against Steam. That's cool. We need competition. That's good when there's competition. The new owner of GOG, GOG, discusses taking on Steam the devil of DRM and following in Nightdive's footsteps. The devil of DRM. I don't think Steam is actually the devil of DRM, huh? I mean, you can literally add a non-Steam game to Steam, which kind of, well, I never tried it because I'm too afraid, but I guess it could allow pirated games to be played on Steam, no? I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't work for online games, but for like offline games. So are they that, like, is Steam that against DRM? I don't think so. Especially since like Steam is part of, you know, is Valve, and Valve has always been a bunch of nerds that are very into open source and stuff. I don't think they like DRMs. It's just that, look, they need to, you know, have a business with video game companies that do want the DRM. So, of course. But themselves as like, you know, I don't think it's a very strong opinion on the company. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so open, I think. But let's read a bit. We see DRM as something which can make the life of a legal customer more difficult. Well, yeah. So there's no reason to keep it alive. Seems like a very optimistic take, huh? Do you like... I think Steam achievements don't work if you manually add the game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess fair, you know? I guess Steam achievements, yeah. If you know, if it's a non-Steam game, I understand. But you can still play the game, right? So that's, you know, what really matters, I think. I think Steam games work like a license. So you don't actually own the game. Yes, that's true. That's true, but it's actually not fully... I mean, it's partly dependent on Steam. Because, you know, if Steam closes shop, yeah, I guess everybody loses their games, I guess. But for example, you know, it's still mostly dependent on the editors, right? Like when Ubisoft closed The Crew, you know, people bought the games, and it was not Steam's fault, right? So it's just that The Crew was an online only game, and Ubisoft just decided to close the servers, and so now you can't play The Crew, you know, and that kind of sucks. But so, you know, I guess it's not all about Steam. It's about you know, the editors and And I think nowadays it's mostly like a gray area, I think, right? Because but it's just that we need some laws and some rules or some, you know, regulations around that, just to, because yeah, I think it's kind of gray, no? I think all Steam games must be started over the launcher and get the license checked. Hmm. I mean, yeah. So the Steam games can only be played from the Steam. Yeah, Steam helped ending game piracy. Yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they did a business with video editors, you know, with video game editors. So yeah, you know, it's just like, I think from Steam's perspective, they did not go out of their way to like literally, you know, make a point about annoying the users, you know, contrary to other companies like, I don't know, Nintendo, Electronic Arts, you know, like they just do what's necessary to have, you know, businesses making video games on their platform, you know? It seems more like that. And yes, they have to enforce, you know, some basic proprietary stuff, you know? Um, but they don't like, to me, Steam is not like bad, you know, is not like hitting the hammer about this, you know, like on your head. I mean, it hasn't ended, but Steam offers the comfort to not deal with the struggles of pirating. Yes, true. It's like but for me it ended, yeah. Yeah, it's also that Steam, you know, for especially for like cheap games, it's nicer to have, you know, at least you can be sure that, you know, when you buy something on Steam, it's not going to have a virus, of course. Yeah, and this is, you know, useful and uh, interesting in itself. So yeah, I guess I'm just a bit skeptical about his approach. Look, if the GOG guys succeed in making DRM free games a thing on their platform, good luck, right? But I doubt that most of the big video game studios are, you know, that are launching good games and that people buy, right? I'm not sure they're going to be on board, so that's why I'm a bit skeptical. You know, if they can do that, very good, right? It opens the gate to, you know, fancy, cool things, right? For everyone, though we don't have much money, right? But like, are they trying? What, like, you know, if they're trying to do a business here, I'm not sure. And they're trying to partner with other businesses who are making video games, you know, and they have to pay employees to do so, and so they have to sell the game to sell the game, yeah. You know, like at some point, video games don't come from heaven, you know, like you need to pay real humans with salaries to make the video games real. So, well, let's see. Maybe they have a secret, maybe they have in their pocket, you know, a secret list of big video game studios that will accept not having any DRM on their games on their platform. You know, that would be cool, but I doubt it. And also, Steam has the best game integration, like the overlay, inviting friends via the Steam API. Yeah, right. There's lots of good quality of life that we didn't have before with Steam. So, you know, yeah. The issue of access, one thing that has been foundational pillar of GOG since the very beginning of its commitment to selling games that are free of DRM, that is, piracy prevention technology that requires things like online activation and account linking. And Kicinski is adamant that this will continue. This is a core value of GOG, and there's no sign that it might die in any visible future. Okay, this is not only an ethical value, but it's also very pragmatic. It helps people to enjoy games no matter what happens with the software provided by the platform and or what internet connection they have. The issue of access is something that has been raised in the public consciousness recently through the efforts of the Stop Killing Games, yes, campaign. And Kicinski is committed to letting player enjoy games whenever you like and nobody can take it away from you. He criticizes recent trends where the gaming world seems to be going in the other direction, where you pay full price, but the rights are more as somebody who rents the game. I experienced this a few times in my life, where some games disappeared from my library, and I have no bloody idea why. So GOG is against that. It's about of consumer-centric, friendly politics. I mean, yeah, you know, it's true that when you buy a game, you should own it forever, right? Like we used to own the games, when we bought them on, Nintendo 64 or whatever, or PlayStation 2, And so, yeah, this I can understand. What I don't understand is, what, like, I think you can separate the issue of DRMs and the fact that you can still play the game, right? Like, I mean, when you bought Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo 64, the game, I think, had some kind of DRM protection or whatever. Some validation, like the console maybe would validate that, yeah, the cartridge is a authentic cartridge, it's legit, right? If you hadn't modified your console, of course, and but even if the DRM was there, we could still play the game forever, right? Like there is no. So why are they linking the two, like the DRM and the fact that you truly own the game? Like to me, it seems like two different issues that I'm not sure why. Like we can still have both. And also, there are other practicalities. Since the very beginning, we haven't seen DRM as a solution for piracy because the game gets pirated anyway, nearly day one. Well, no, not anymore. Because nowadays, the big video game studios are actually, it seems, they are paying the scene groups of, pirates to not pirate the games, it seems. Right? So no, they don't get pirated anyway. There are games that I've been waiting for that have never been pirated, that have yeah. So no, they don't get pirated on day one, no. I mean, at least the big games of the big studios that have lots of money. I mean, nowadays, most, I maybe not most, but there are definitely some big players that don't get their games hacked and pirated day one. No? It used to be like that, but it's not like that anymore. Yeah. Bon, look, let them cook, right? Let them cook. Ah, yeah. Vulnerability. I need to update my servers, I guess. CV is affecting the Svelte ecosystem. We've released patches for 5 vulnerabilities across devalue, Svelte, SvelteKit, and Svelte Adapt Node. Is what you need to know. Upgrade now. If you're using any of these packages, upgrade them to their corresponding non-vulnerable version. Devalue. I don't think I used this. Devalue. 5.6.2. Svelte 5 for 26.4. SvelteKit 2.1 for cross-dependent packages. Svelte and SvelteKit depends on devalue. Patch version already include upgraded dependencies. Commentary. We're extremely thankful to all the security researchers who responsibly disclosed this vulnerability and worked with us to get them fixed with security team at Vercel, who helped us navigate the disclosure process, and to the maintainers who worked to publish the fix. Over the last few weeks, we've seen a spate of high-profile vulnerabilities. A spate of high-profile vulnerabilities affecting popular tools across the web development ecosystem. While they are unfortunate, it has been encouraging to see the community putting together to keep end users safe. Using the learned lesson from these vulnerabilities, we will invest in processes that would help catch future bugs during the writing and review phases before they go live. If you think you have discovered the vulnerability, no. Alors, what is the vulnerability? Full reports are available in the security advisory, but we will include a brief summary. Yes, thank you. I just want a summary here. Alors, devalue. You're affected if you're using devalue versions 5.1 through 5.6. I do not. And you're parsing user control input. Or maybe I shouldn't say, for security reasons. I shouldn't say if I do or I do not use this, right? Even though, bon, voilà. I might or might not use the value between 5.1.1 and 5.6.1, okay? And you're passing user controlled input, which I also might or might not do. I'm definitely not affected, okay? Don't try it. Effect. A malicious payload can cause arbitrarily large memory allocation, potentially crashing the process. So it crashes the process. DOS, denial of service in the value pass due to memory CPU exhaustion. Wait, that's in the server side or the client side? Denial of service due to memory CPU exhaustion. CVS devalue parse. CPU usage on the receiving system. Is it because SvelteKit? Attends, what is the value already? Remote functions. So that's like the server-based thing. Server side, right? npm devalue npm. I think yes. Okay. Devalue like JSON stringify, but handles cyclical references, repeated references, undefined, regular, distanticizer, replacer, reducer, revivers. Okay. Security goals, security. There are two ways to devalue. Okay, so that's like a JSON parser, right? Or deparser or decoder or something. You're passing user control input, yeah. So on the to the server. The malicious payload, SvelteKit application using remote functions are vulnerable as the parameters are run through devalue.parse. The parameters are run through devalue.parse. But I would just read blindly. Yeah, I mean, that's what you should do. Huh? If you don't have remote functions enabled, SvelteKit is not vulnerable. Okay. CVE 2026 DOCs in devalue.parse due to memory exhaustion. Yes, this is very similar, but no, it is not the same. You're affected if you're using devalue 5.3, 5.6, and you're passing user control inputs. A malicious payload can cause arbitrarily large memory allocation. If you don't have remote function enabled, memory amplification DOS remote functions binary. So it's also the remote function server side thing. You're affected if you're using SvelteKit version. you've enabled the experimental.remote function flag, and you're using form. Users can submit malicious requests that causes your application to hang and allocate arbitrarily large amounts of memory. Yeah, so that's denial of service. So that's not that bad, right? You can just your application just crashes. Well, it depends if this is a big app, of course, this is a problem. But for me, I guess it's the least. It's okay. Denial of service and possible SSRF when using pre-rendering. Packages affected, SvelteKit adapter. You're vulnerable to denial of service if you're using SvelteKit 2.4. Your app has at least one pre-rendered route. So that's for the server-side rendering stuff. Yeah. Server-side rendering. SSRF. Is it like server-side rendering? Okay. No, SSRF. What is SSRF? No, it's a security thing. Server-side, request forgery. Okay. Server-side request forgery. Your app has at least one pre-rendered route, and you're using adapter node. The adapter. What is the adapter node already? I forgot. Adapter node. Adapter for SvelteKit apps that generates a standalone node server. So that's again on the server side. Without a configured origin environment variable, and you are not using a reverse proxy that implements host header validation. Effects. Denial of service causes the server process to die. Okay. Server-side request forgery allows access to internal resources that can be reached without authentication from SvelteKit's server runtime. Ah oui. Yeah. So usually they rate them, right? The CVE metrics. Ah oui, 8.4. That's pretty high. So you can. It's like, yeah, you can have access to the server, I guess. If the stars align, it's possible to obtain SXSS. So server cross-site scripting, right? Server-side cross-site scripting or something? No, stored cross-site scripting. What is this? A persistent XSS attack is possible when a website or web application stores user input and later serves it to other users. Stored XSS allows potential attackers to inject client-side scripts directly onto target servers. This is not just a single user issue, however, it affects everyone who has access to these servers. Once attackers find a vulnerability in the web application, they can inject their script and wait for an unsuspecting target to fall into their trap. Unsuspecting target being the client, I guess. The injected script is permanently stored on the now infected servers and allows the attacker to set their targets up to receive the malicious scripts from the servers when they make a request. Yeah. So now your server is infected and it affects all the clients that your server might connect. All your specific vulnerability, the one about is the general description. Impact. You can gain access to user cookies, session IDs, passwords, private messages, read and access the content of a page for any attacked user. and therefore all the information displayed to the user compromise the content shown to the user. Oh wow. To keep yourself safe from error accesses. Alex, do you use the oxide in your terminal? I think yes. I think there is something like this. Yes. I think Omarchi has like, let me check in the manual. I think the oxide is somewhere. The oxide. The oxide is the replacement for CD. It remembers the directory you've been in, so you can more easily jump to them next time. So you do CD local share master once. Next time you can do CD Omarchi or even CD Oma, and the oxide will take you to directly there. Yes. Ah, that's why it does that. Yeah, so I have it. Yeah, it does that sometimes. Yeah, but I didn't have that in mind actually. But yeah, I've seen it do that. Does it come with the Marchi? Yeah, so yes, it does come with the Marchi. Yeah, it replaces CD. Yes, I think it replaces CD. So for example, if I want to go to my so let's say I want to go to my OBS overlay repo, I do CD code OBS task overlay. Okay. Now I go back to home. If I do CD OBS, hop, ah voilà, CD OBS, and he understands that I want to go to the OBS task overlay. Yeah, so I do have it. But yeah, okay. Yeah, that's why not? That's cool, I guess. Just try Z. Z. Ah, Z is go back to home. It's pretty cool. I often need to do that. Man dioxide. Ah oui, Z foo CD into highest rank directory matching foo. Ah yeah, I didn't know that you could use that. CD into highest rank directory matching foo. CD into a subdirectory starting with foo. Regular CD command. Ah, Z. Ah, you do Z instead of CD. Ah, okay. Z, the standard DLC command, but it works, it seems. Ah, okay. Ah, so instead of CD, you do Z. Ah, I didn't know. CD one level up. CD into previous directory. Ah, that's pretty cool. CD to relative path. ZI. CD with interactive selection using FZF. Oh, that's cool. Zifu. Ah ouais, maybe I should have learned about this because it's pretty cool. How do you quit already? Kuyo. So if I do Z, OB. Ah oui, non, Z OBS, so yeah. Z code. Yeah, and I don't have to like you know the case doesn't matter as much. So for example, voilà, petit pois com, for example, there is two. So if I go back to there and I do the petit pois. Ah ouais. Okay, and if I do ZI petit pois, can I search? Yes, I can search. I guess. Code petit pois com. How do I petit pois? And just the petit pois, it doesn't appear. Maybe I didn't. Petit pois com. Petit. Ah ouais, so, but now if I do the petit pois, it brings me to petit pois com, which is a bit annoying because it's not the. And if I do petit pois, and if I do, ah mais non, ah no, sorry, no, I'm stupid. No, here if I do petit pois, yeah, I go to petit pois. You can also combine it with space tab. For example, try ZA and then press space tab, and it will show you a list of all options. Oh. ZA tab. Space tab? No, it doesn't. Ah, yes. It's because I have the held key. I need to do it real quick. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess it's the same as the ZI, right? If I do ZIA, yeah, it's the same. Okay. Yeah, interesting. ZA space tab. Ah, voilà. Mais, ah non. Wait a minute. ZA space tab. Voila. Now I have both. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you for the discovery. Very cool. It's like the search basically. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's there's all kinds of replacement that they have. FVD. Maybe I should use that FD and try. Yeah. I need to look this up later. So okay, server-side cross scripting or stored cross-site scripting. So it's when somebody infects your server and now you can access everything about your clients, I guess. Alors, if the stars align, it's possible to obtain SXSS via cache poisoning by forcing a potential CDN to cache an XSS returned by the attacker's servers. The latter being able to specify the cache control of their choice. Whoa. XSS via hydratable. Packages affected Svelte. You're vulnerable if you're using Svelte version 4.46. And you're using hydratable and you're passing unsanitized user-controlled strings in as keys. Your users are vulnerable to XSS if an attacker can manage to get a control key into hydratable. That is then returned to another user. Unsanitized user-controlled strings. See you next time. Stay good. Hey, okay, see you, Kunkar. So yeah. So basically, all these vulnerabilities are about the server side of Svelte. And it turns out I don't use that. So I'm not vulnerable. Yep. I'm still going to update, of course. But yeah, just in case in the future I might use it. But yeah. You know, funnily enough, I guess that's one of the perks of like using a weird stack, you know, that is not fully standard, is that because it's a bit weird, all the vulnerabilities, because you know, like of these vulnerabilities, basically all the hackers in the world, black hat or white hat or whatever, are looking as soon as they get out in the public, you know, they know that some servers will be vulnerable and not updated, and so they just go and hack into all these servers. But it turns out that if your tech stack is weird enough, most of these CVEs that don't work. Maybe, well, I guess sometimes they do work, but here, if I use the server side as well, yeah, I could have. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if it's like across both back and front that the vulnerability is. I guess it's mostly on the server side. Huh? Yeah, but yeah. It's just that, I guess if one day there's a Python fast API vulnerability, I will probably be vulnerable to it because it's a backend. So yeah. But here, I got lucky, I guess. I got lucky with this Svelte stuff. And this is the end of the tech news. Congratulations. Now we go in chill coding mode. And actually, it's going to be chill coding, but I will actually, I need to do the faces for the thumbnails. The faces like, oh, ah, oh, oh, ha, ha, ho, ho, I need to do that. So I will do that live with you. And that will be very fun in a few minutes, because I'll just take a pause because I need to eat something and drink something because my voice is destroyed. So yeah, see you in a few minutes. Oh, sorry. Hope I'm here. Hope I'm here actually. I'm here actually. Up, up, I'm here. Just on the clock. On the clock. On the clock. On the clock. 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 The clock. On the clock. On the clock. 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 Ok. Alors. I guess I have my. By the way, I have my new blog should be online. Well, it doesn't work on Vivaldi, I think. I mean, it does work, but one video doesn't play. But I guess on Brave it works, and on Google. Petitpois.com. Hello, Codici Wiseman. Don't choke. Yeah, no, thank you. I won't choke. Voilà, my blog is officially online. My blog is officially online, but I have two articles about my apps that, you know, describe the story behind these apps. And I have also my first real opinion piece, right? That is this little article about Yann Lequin and how people are confused about Yann Lequin. Voilà. Voilà. You can go see up petitpois.com. Voilà. And you can see the previous streams, you know. So this is the raw streams. I will probably try to add thumbnails for each just to make it easier to differentiate. Voilà, that's the raw uploads. And next streams is the schedule, where you can see when I stream in your time zone. Voila. And I will try to post more about tech, I guess. And well, this is specifically, well, why not, right? It's I had that in my mind and I wanted to put it on paper. You can also clap if you want. You know, like on Medium. Voilà. You can clap. Built with care. What is this? Built with care by Opus 4.5, of course. And me a little bit. Yeah. That's my apps. All is good, right? All displays nicely. Yeah. Cool. Voila. It works. Okay. Yeah. Good. 2024. I need to update. It's the why is there a Calvin Klein? What the fuck? Why is there a Calvin Klein ad on my stream? What the fuck? It's an ad from Calvin Klein that is on my stream? What the fuck? Why is there a naked man? I mean, look, makes sense if you think about it, but I didn't know there were naked men in ads on my stream. What the fuck? Zenkan, pick up sounds is a nice touch. No sound is a nice touch. No sound when I put them down. There should be a sound when you put them down too. Wait a minute. Usually it's a woo when you put them down. So you take, you see, that's woo, woo. Do you hear the woo? Woo. So there is a little sound. And if you want the woo sound to be even higher, you can click here on this icon, the sound icon, and you can put, I think I guess it's the recall sound a bit higher. Voila, now it's even higher. Now you can hear woo, like woo, woo. You know? Ah yeah, you do need to hold it a little bit. True. If you do it too too quickly, it doesn't. Yeah, I did add a timer just because otherwise there would have been too many sounds, you know, like on close proximity. So I just put a timer, I think. Yeah. It's just very low. They don't match in volume. Well, yeah, it's a lower sound, you know, and I didn't want but voilà, it's an artistic choice, you know. But if you want, you can you know, you can change the volume here if you want. It's a possible. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to really hear it, you can increase the master volume. You can also just increase the volume of your system too, you know, maybe it's a bit low. Mine is at 70, 80, voilà. You know? So yeah. Yeah. I wanted to try the sounds. And you know, I'm using it pretty regularly at this point. And the sounds don't annoy me that much. You know? But I made them so that I guess at my taste, you know, so it's expected, I guess. But yeah, if you want, you can submit a feedback here, you know, feedback box here. Okay. Okay, so voilà, a new blog is out in the wild. This work? Does this work? Add on view project. It should, when I click, it should go on. Bon. I need to modify that a bit. Yeah. But it's roughly okay. It's okay. You can read the articles. This is the most important. Let me do what I actually want to do, not with Calvin Klein, okay? Hello, just do it. How are you? How you just do it? Look, just do it. I have a blog now. Voilà, with my and I don't have many articles, but soon I will have. Good, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm happy. I published my blog today, so I'm happy. You know, with a very specific opinion piece about Ian Lequin, if you want to know. You know, and it tells you when I'm live too. How are you? You said you're good. Sorry. Oh, nice. I will check it out. Actually, want to see. Actually, want to see the yapping. Sorry, just joking. I'll read it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You know, it's basically just me yapping the same as I do on stream, but in text. You know, because I don't know. I felt necessary to enrich my content creation. Yeah, you know, the same way I will soon publish videos, YouTube videos. You know, I will have soon. Voilà, so now I have a stream, you know. Did I show you my YouTube videos? Now I will have 3 YouTube videos. I have a content strategy now, you know. 3 YouTube videos. Petit Pois will be for the opinion piece, so it will be basically, you know, like same as the articles. Most likely, the articles I will also make a video, you know, like similar to the Primagen or whatever, you know, just face cam or similar to low level or whatever, you know, my main inspiration. But voilà, I will put on Petit Pois. My streams will be put on Petit Pois streams, which they already are, right? I have some. Same as on Twitch, it's just that they don't expire. And Petit Pois clips for the clips. I don't have a clip yet. I have made one. I just want to create a thumbnail for it. You know, and clips are going to be, I guess, mostly extract from the opinion videos and from the streams. Basically, that's my content strategy. The blog looks cool. If you want to nitpick, there are always things to improve. Oh yeah, of course. Page speed, yeah. Oh yeah. But you know, since I know that youtube.com has a 34 performance score on page speed, you know, I it put my my page speed stress, in like, yeah, it's more relative now. 80%, 80 is okay to me. But it loads quickly for me. Yeah, right. No code today. Well, a little bit. Right now, I need to do something else because I can't code. I can't. I need to do the face of my thumbnails for the videos. Right now, I don't know how many minutes it will take, but I need to do that, and then I will probably code when I'm done. Yeah. Let me just check where is this. Ah, voilà. I asked Gemini to give me thumbnails, like themes. Mind blowed, skeptical squint, huge smile, face palm, thinking, sushi, angry, relieved, sleeping, bored, disgust. Okay. Increase the length of the list. Print it here. Add new faces. I can save you time for title, death, and chapter of the YouTube VOD with my app. Ah, yes. Yes, I know. But like I feel like the title um the title I mean I guess I'll come up with something. But yeah, I thought about you yesterday, this afternoon. I don't remember when I did that because I did a Blender script to like create let me show you actually. I created a little Python script in Blender to create like to create thumbnails automatically. Voilà. look at this. And it creates like landscape and portrait thumbnails. Well, this is not me. This is a guy. I took the PNG. So and so basically, but if I regenerate, it will just regenerate the same thing. But you can just use this little Python code here, generated by Opus, right? And you can run it, and it should, all right, run. And voila, and it added a new one, but it's the same. Huh? But theoretically speaking, I should be able to, like, for example, position it differently, right? Position. Like 7, right? Save, run. Let's see. Because I didn't actually test it that much. Ah, yes, though, it's okay, it works. It works. You see? Voila, it's funny. It's something I did. And basically, my objective is to take my face, is to have like 8, 10, 12 faces of me doing and then I will generate, some thumbnails automatically. That's my objective. But I still need to style the text and all that stuff, But voilà. For first one, I see use LLM generate inside Blender. Is that just for the text? Like you have your own image pre-made? No. So basically, I have like this PNG. So I just have the image. I mean, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing. So the image is not like it's not a Gen AI image. It's just PNGs I took on the oops, sorry, on the net, and I just told Opus to write a script to organize to like overlay the images on the background. That very simple. But with Blender you can do that, so it's pretty cool. What do I want to do? Did I want to videos, editing, assets. Voilà. I have just these two I have this. Voilà. This is a PNG I had on the net, and voila. And I can write text, and voila. And I can just write. I put what I want in this config file. That is for convenience sake inside the Python script, and voila. And I can say, okay, I want this location scale, and voila. It doesn't create the full image by itself yet, right? It's not like a full Nano Banana Pro generator, but maybe I could use that later. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just that I just because like the one thing I noticed is that a lot of video YouTubers have the same kinds of very simple thumbnail. Like if you go to low level, look at these thumbnails. It's always the same image of him with the logo and some text. And at some point I'm like, yeah, maybe that's enough. You just need your head, logo, text, and that's enough. Like because people don't click when it's more complex, right? Like if I click on the most popular, and his most popular are actually more complex. But his latest, yeah, it's always like this. It's funny. And the Primogen, no, it's the Prime Time, I think, right? His main channel now. Look, you see, look at these thumbnails. It's always him, logo, text, and sometimes no text, just him and some logo, right? Windows, Rust, him, arrow, Git logo, text. Sometimes just two persons, no text needed, no logo needed, just two. Voilà. Because humans click on faces for some reason, and on emotional faces, I guess, right? That's why. You're going to replace with your own images, right? Like your face. Yes, exactly. And I'm going to do that now. It's cool. That's a very simple style. Yeah, faces were proven to. Yeah, exactly. So and I noticed I even have like there's like a French YouTuber that often the thumbnail is just like an image of something zoomed in. His name is Dirty Biology. Contrary to what the name is, he's just fully French. But basically, you see, like, sometimes his thumbnails are actually complex. Yeah, so not every time, I guess. But like this one, for example, is kind of so sometimes he has minimalist, but sometimes not. Especially, I have one in mind that was very good. Voilà, the avocado, virus, toilet paper, voilà, a field, and with I think there's something very attractive and like interesting about very minimalistic Voila, this one. I remember this one with the whale. You know, just the eye of the whale. That's all. That's the thumbnail. You know, it's pretty cool. Well, of course, it's a bit hard to. I mean, it's very linked to the title of the video. Of course, how does it feel to be a whale? Right? It's not just random. But you know, I like. I'm interested about these kinds of the essence of these thumbnails. It's interesting. Code. I want to see code. Not yet. You have seen code. Look, just do it. It's code. Are you satisfied? This is a Python script for Blender. Look, this is the wonderful code. Are you satisfied? What is this? Programmer humor. Wait, there's two links. Let me check. Thrash dev, the energy I bring to the team, I'm merging, fuck the test, writing test case for your code is doubting your own coding abilities. It's a sign of weakness. I kind of agree, actually. You know, I think that tests are more relevant into a multi-user code base, like a bit. I understand that in a corporate environment, tests are very important, but typically for your personal projects, when you're just one person on it, I don't think it's like tests are that useful, or except for like very long running projects that make a lot of money, for example, and you are the only one coder in that. Okay, maybe some tests are useful, but maybe it's the tests about the core of the stuff that would be more likely to be broken, or something. But if you know your projects, I guess usually you don't need tests, right? Like test is usually to me, the test, it's kind of like TypeScript, right? It's like it's useful when you have a lot of people contributing to a code base, right? It's like the guardrail. It's like when you do a commit to a big code base and you add some tests, it's important because it just puts the guardrails for the next guy that hasn't worked on your feature, that's going to modify something else. And of course, if the tests don't pass, it's very useful to him because it's like, oh yeah, okay, I broke somebody else's feature that I had no idea about, right? So, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm good, but yeah, I develop many user shit. I also develop user things for clients as I do freelancing. I'm scared of this course now. Yeah, two memes. I never write tests, and I'm not even sure how to do that. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's because I think when you work solo on a project, it's just less useful to write tests, except for the one feature that's maybe going to be very annoying to solve, or but usually you can just roll back a commit or two and things are okay when you are alone on the code base and on the Git work tree. Yeah, as soon as you start to be more than one, okay, maybe tests are needed. The bigger the code base and more edge cases, the more useful testing is. Yeah, exactly. I always believe in my code. Sorry, ChatGPT code. And the more you need to repeat manual tests, the more you automate it. Yeah, exactly. So that's also one aspect where when it's important, it's when you do lots of manual tests, when your app becomes gigantic and you spend 2 hours testing every single stuff. Yeah. But at the same time, it's just that usually, like for example, on my small websites that I've developed, every time I make a new feature, I do test the new feature manually, but I don't actually need to write automated tests And I guess if I wrote automated tests, when I'm in the phase of like writing tons of features, the tests become an obstacle because now, I need to do twice the work to change, like, because if I wrote some tests for a specific feature, but now actually I changed my mind and I want to do it this way and I need to change a bunch of things, I need to rewrite the test also, and that's annoying, to like, now you not only have to re-engineer around your existing feature, you need to rewrite the tests of the former state. Like, tests are good for like stable software. Like, for example, I remember in my job there was this guy that told us that like the Oracle database was very, very stable. Oh, wait, I think there was a problem with my connection right here, but it got solved, I guess. He told us that the Oracle database is very stable because basically he got like in touch with the guy working at Oracle or something, and he said, or maybe he worked himself at Oracle, I don't remember. And he said, like, basically every time they add a feature to Oracle, they have like a gigantic testing suite that they run, for every little feature of Oracle, like including the 20-year-old features, And so basically every time you needed to add a micro feature to Oracle, you had to run this like gigantic testing suite that would take, an hour to run. And then only if all got passed, then you could add your feature, and you could also add your own additional tests, to make sure your feature in the future is not going to be broken. So and this guy told us this is why Oracle is also such a stable piece of software, is that basically, the feature that got added 20 years ago, it's still being tested today. And so they're not going to add something that regress on those old tests because, they've been there, and voila. That's how, voila. And I remember, but I don't have personal experience with Oracle databases, but he told us like, oh yeah, Oracle database, they're so stable. They're so, they have a fix or a fallback for every fucking situation that exists in reality. This is crazy. It's simple and one-off, you don't need them. Yeah, exactly. Check out the other image. Yes. It's the new feature. If the new feature never affects the old feature, you don't care much. Yeah, if you start having infrastructure code for the blog that changes stuff everywhere, different types of pages, you just have to want more testing. Yeah, Oracle is not stable in customer perspective, or was not a decade ago when I worked with. Oh, really? And that's funny. He probably worked there. They just have huge consumer base to test on. Amazing. Never be afraid to make a mistake. Unless it's in Git, then be afraid, be very afraid. Yes. Yes, true. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, I think the only area of coding, even nowadays, even today, where I don't allow any LLM to do it autonomously is the Git commands. Like, when I'm doing like a rebase, or sometimes, I just forget to reattach the head, to the main branch or whatever. And so I do commits, that are unattached. And I'm like, oh, fuck, what do I do now? Every time I need to fix something like this, I always, it's too dangerous. I always type the command. I ask the LLM what commands should I run. I check if the command really does what it says it does, and then I run it myself, and voila. And my rebase and my is correct. Because it's too much otherwise. you have Git issues as one person? Yeah, sometimes. Most of the times, no. But for example, one issue that I encounter, it's pretty rare, huh? Because I don't have other people committing to the tree. But yeah, one thing that happened at least twice. Yeah, because I remember 2 times. Uh, is that I basically what I did is that I wanted to check like I added a feature and it didn't and it fucked up something. So I wanted to detach the head and go back uh, to a previous commit state to see what was different and if it was still stable or something, because I don't have tests. So maybe I wanted to assess like when did this feature start to not work properly that I haven't checked. And what happens is that when I detach the head and I attach to a commit, I think what I did is that I, instead of checking out to the main branch, I checked out in detached head the last commit of the main branch, which is different, it seems, right? If I remember correctly. And so what happens, because I was not checked out to the main branch, when I committed the other commits, they were commits in detached head mode, and so it was not attached to any branch. And so I had to actually pick how would you say, pick something, cherry pick. Yeah, I had to cherry pick and manually reattach the commits, stuff like that, and so I was like, whoa. Good morning. Ayo to you. How are you? Why were you in detached mode checking out an older commit? Yeah, exactly. Git show and git log p. Git show, I'm not sure. Git log, I think yes. I'm not sure either. I mostly use the git commands to do the rebase and the cherry picking stuff like that. The hard stuff I do with the git commands. Otherwise, I have an interface. In Cursor, I had like and in VS Code I had the git panel, and in NeoVim I have a lazy git. Uh, wait. In NeoVim I have this in NeoVim. Voilà, just because it's very similar to what I was used to in VS Code, so voilà. I can check what changed. Voilà. Git show commit show you the changes there. Git log p is a history of all the commit changes one by one. Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I ask the LLM to do git log p, I think, sometimes. Yeah, and it's non-interactive, right? Git log p. No, it is interactive. No, it's interactive. No, I'm confused with something else then. Yeah, but sometimes I tell the LLMs to do something like that. I don't remember exactly the command, but yeah. Git log p, normal git log without the switch, just the commit names times people who committed. Okay. I never use that. Usually I never use that. I guess the AI I tell the AI to use it to give make it have some context, Yeah. Okay, I do need to make those faces. Alors, let me check. Okay, I'm doing it. We don't see because sometimes I'm like maybe my background is a bit weird. Do I want a glass? Not sure. Bon, my kitchen, my kitchen is my kitchen, hein? Voilà. Alors, mind blown. Wide eyes, hands on the side of the head. Mind blown. Mind blown. Oh. 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 Like this. Oh. 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 Whoa. Okay. Skeptical squint. One eyebrow up, looking sideways at bad code. Hmm. Like this. Hmm. Maybe I should look to the right. Use the white wall, easier to process later. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Squint. Looking. What do they say? Looking at bad code. So I should look like this. Hmm. 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 Okay. That's enough. Lighting is bad. Lighting is bad, you think? I mean, oui, the lighting of the wall. Yeah, but hey, look, this is not a professional setup, huh? Huge smile, big energy. Like this. Ah oui, alors. Maybe I should... Wait, disable the... filters? Ah oui, filters. Zoom. Maybe I should decrease the zoom. Actually, maybe one. Smile. Wow. Yes. Like this. Oh. 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 Whoa. 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 Oh. Whoa. Okay. Oh, like this. Like, oh. Whoa. Okay. Good smile. Voilà. Hein? Classic face palm. Alors, face palm with the glasses is going to be hard. Face palm, hand over eyes. Ah, like this. Like, ah. Oh no. Mais if I don't see my, if people don't see my face, is it? Hmm? Or like this? Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Classic deep thinker, hand on chin, looking up and away. The philosopher Deb. That's me. I'm such a philosopher Deb, you know? Mm. 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 Hmm. 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 Okay. Shushing secret finger to lips for hacks or hidden features. These descriptions are so funny. Uh, shh, 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 shh. Wait, maybe now it's a bit too. Ah! Yeah, it's too. Okay. No, fuck. Hop, voilà. Shh, shh. Okay. Angry. I'm angry. Angry, anger. Ooh, I'm angry. Mm, I'm angry. You know? I'm angry. Voila. I'm very open mouth, furrowed brows, looking intense. Okay. Huge relief, wiping sweat from forehead. I hope it's not going to be blurry. Hein? Bon. Okay, but I will have a blurry thumbnail. Too bad. Bored, waiting. Head resting on hand. Looking at the loading bar. Magnus. Okay. Disgusted. Looking at something gross. Legacy code. What the fuck? Attends. Ew, 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 disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. Mais if I close my eyes, people will not see. They need to see my eyes, but disgusted. Tiens, ça va guetter. Voilà. Shocked gasp, both hands over mouth, dramatic AI news. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, smug, confident. That's me all the time. That's just me, you know. Crossed arm, slight smirk. I told you so. That's right. Crying pain, hands over face, pulling hair, major data loss, crashes. Eh, eh. Attends, wait a minute. I don't have enough hair to pull my hair. Crying. Like this. Oh, 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 oh. Voilà. That would be my crying pain. The mind reader pointing at your temple. Use your brain. Oh, yes. Attends. Wait. Okay. Winner, double thumbs up with a goofy grin. I did that already. Eh. Voilà. Stop halt. Stop. Stop right here. And down like a stop sign. Stop. Don't use this. Stop. There is a CVE on Svelte. Stop it. Okay? Stop. Ah mais non. I don't. We don't see my. Stop. Stop. Okay. Or just like this, like with my hand close to me like this. Stop. Okay? Stop. Okay? Stop. Comparing, holding two invisible boxes in your hand, looking between them. It's like the guy on TikTok, you know, that says. Stop. Wait. Let me. My hands are not flexible enough. Okay. Money. Attends, because this is more like a look at this, but I want to compare, you know? I want to compare. You should make that into a sound effect for the app. Yes, for the recall. You know? Maybe for the 1st of April, I replace every sign with just me doing some sound, you know, like kucha, quick, click, 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 you know, stuff like this. For the recall. No, I want to. What I want to do here is compare. So I need to be serious, like. You know? It's just that the camera is not. There's too much zoom. But wait a minute. Okay. Money greed, rubbing fingers together for marketing SaaS revenue videos. Of course. See, money. Attends, let me zoom. Can I? If I zoom, it's not going to be higher quality. No, I'm not sure. Since it's a zoom. Ah, but maybe the base camera is higher than 1080p. I don't know. Maybe not. Bullshit. Grid, rubbing finger together. So like this. So it needs to not be. It's like also Korea love, right? It's Korea boo. Am I right? Okay. Oh yeah, money. I should embody Mr. Krabs, okay? Money. I like money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should not do the ma che la italiano. No. I like who touch my spaghetti. Money. Hmm? It's money. 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 Okay. Hacker vibe. Hood up. Serious terror. I don't have a hood. I'm in. Locked in. Hacker locked in. You know? I'm locked in. I'm just locked in. Okay? I'm locked in. Where did you get that pose list? Is it just the yes, it's Gemini. It's Gemini that I asked Gemini to make me a pose list. Yes. Money greed hacker vibe. What? Hangs out to the side in a shrug or wide gesture. What? 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 Oops, sorry. What? Oh, attends. Wait a minute. What? What? Maybe this is too to the side. Maybe I should just do like this and like this. Actually. What? 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 Watching creepy, peeking from the side of the frame, watching competitors. Hmm. I'm peeking. What are they doing? You know? Okay. I should not do too fast because I need the zoom to adapt. Okay. Victory for no victory fist. Punch in the air. First $1 earned with your app. Oh yes. Yes. $1. $1, $1. Ice cold water. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do so. Attends, wait a minute. Yeah, no. So because the primogen is often looking at the camera, and the low level is not looking at the camera. It's like doing mm, 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 like this. You know. Sleepy coder rubbing eyes with a coffee mug in hand. I need to use my cat mug, of course. It's way better than this very refined Greek mythology mug, of course. Let me check. Where's my mug? Where is my mug? Right there. Ok. Donc, Sleepy Coder. Oh, 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 oh. Voilà. And the last one, prayer, please. Hands together in prayer. God, please help me earn the dollar. Money, money. Up, and it's done. Voilà, now we can code. 10 minutes to code. Okay. Okay, very nice. Thank you everyone for attending my thumbnail facing TED Talk. It was very cool. Now we go to the blog. This is not that. Okay. We will ask Claude, of course. But when I say I code, no. Claude code, and I watch it. You know? Make sure that how so on the blog, what is the name of this? Is the postcard, I guess. App card. And you click on the app card. Make sure that any click on the app card opens the page for the app website, not just view project. Yeah, view project. Yeah. What do I need to do also? What do I need to do? I struggled so much with the fonts just because Cloudflare cached it all by default. Cloudflare has a 4-hour long cache. And basically, if you change anything that's slightly, you know, long-term, like fonts, it's going to cache it. Even if you push a new font, it's not going to, it's going to be seen on the prod in 4 hours. It's a bit annoying. How is this 2024? Built with care. Where is it? I guess it's on the index, right? Index. Yeah. So it's 2020. Do I want to? I don't even have any patent on this. Just by Petit Pois. Petit Pois. Do I even need a lower? Petit Pois. Footer. That could be interesting. You can purge cast. Yeah, basically that's what I did to solve my problem. But the annoying thing is that I always forget that, and it's not my first website, right? So I should have had that in my mind. But because of course on the dev it was all updating, and then Prada was like, why is it not updating? And and I've tried to solve this problem like 3 times already in different websites. I always forget about it. I always forget that Cloudflare caches by default a fair amount, And so yeah, when I just clicked the purge everything, purge cache, it was fixed. But I still spend like spent 40 minutes trying to debug. Is it the pre-connect loading to the font is not working? Maybe it's my web server. My web server cache policy. That's maybe I should include the fonts in the in the assets of the website being served. No, no, I just needed to purge the cache. That's all. And I always forget. Um, I believe when you upload, you can set specific cache timeout. Yes, you can. I think. Well, at least that's what I've tried to do uh, on my uh, on my web server policy. You know, but since I'm not actually going to wait 4 hours or 1 hour or whatever to see. Or I forget about it. So I never actually check if the policy is enforced or not. So yeah. I believe when you upload, you can change Cloudflare to only use the origin cache headers and optionally have hard-coded rules. Yeah, so I guess I should do that, right? Because the origin cache headers are the headers from the web server, right? Difference between origin cache headers and yep, okay. Cloudflare cache policy stuff. The website is not static. It is. I think it is. Yes, it's a static website with a backend. So basically, I ship the entirety of the front end once. I do not hydrate. I do not. Yeah. So no point for backend. No, I do have. Well, my backend for this blog is very. I mean, I do have a point for the backend. It's for one feature. It's for the claps. I do need the backend for the claps. Just push it directly to Cloudflare. Yeah, but I use Raspberry Pi for hosting the backend. My backends are here. Did I show you already? I don't remember. That's where my backends are. It's Raspberry Pi, so I host it there myself. Just for the fun of it, no. Does it run Kubernetes? No, it doesn't. It runs Docker Compose. Which is simpler. I just have like a tmux, with like tmux. I don't know the name, Windows or tabs or whatever, and one per app, and I have my apps running. But it's inside also a like all the apps are inside Docker containers. So there is the machine. Inside the machine, I have the tmux, and each tmux, each like session or whatever, each I don't remember the name, each tab or whatever spawns the Docker container. I think, yeah. Basically, yeah, and the Docker container is for the backend. Docker container for the backend. Voilà. Yeah. For the web server, for the Redis or whatever. Um, Yeah, I wanted to like, but I'm not sure if it's. Tiens, let me check. Alors, the app card is now clickable. Okay. Hmm? Mm, mm, mm. Tac, tac, tac. Yeah. Hop. Okay. Ta, 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 ta. So for the backend, I do backend. Do I need the backend? I don't need. I just need the backend to test the claps, but this is not about that. So npm run div, npm run div. Ah, okay. Voila, and now the entirety of the card is clickable. Voila. I need to change those buttons. Okay. So what did you do? I did position relative to casting to the position content. Added cursor pointer to the card. Yeah. Okay. And yeah. Position relative cursor pointer. That's all he did. App link after content position after inset. Text align left. Text align left. Ah, wait a minute. Text align left. Ah, that's something different. Post title H text align left. Fix kinda. I need to do the stand, the fix fit. Well, I'm not sure if it's really useful for a solo project, but I need to get into the habit just for the sake of it. Uh, Up. This is make app card clickable. Entire clickable. What did I change here? Changes and stuff. Do you know what would be the next big push for load balancing server resources? Do you know what would be the next big push for load balancing server resources? Docker Inventor thinks it would be server-side WASM. Really? Server-side WASM? I mean, So is the logic to like continue towards the path that has been laid out by like the Next and the Svelte kit, where like the front and the back end code is very close, right? So if you is that related to that uh paradigm? Server side was because I guess it's the only way, because for example, I don't do that with my website. I don't you know I don't I don't yeah, in my website, like the front end is Svelte, JavaScript, and my backend is Python, Fast API. So it's very separated, right? But I know I observe that like in Svelte kit, I guess the default way of using it is just having one code base where the backend code and the front end code live next to each other, right? And it's usually it's JavaScript, when they're in. So I guess if you start to use the WASM in the front end for whatever reason, to code in Rust or whatever, I guess it would make sense, yeah, to also put it in the backend in the same, in the same like. I think what you mean is that WASM is a new Docker. Ah, oh really? Compile everything into WASM. Ah, yeah, because does WASM provide like a level of isolation? Because so basically, I've just read a bunch of Wikipedia page basically on WASM on WebAssembly, but I'm not really interacted much with the tech. But like, does it provide the same characteristics as Docker, like isolation, reproducibility, and all that? Like cross-platform, cross-platform, or I mean, platform, cross-machine at least, because you do have to build differently your Docker image if you want to target different platforms. So, well, at the end of the day, it's just a command line change, But I like. Is that one of the arguments for WASM? Compile everything into what dispose is great. Dispose is great. What this one? Yeah. Okay, let me just real quick. Well, up. Passing by, up, just passing by. I'll add extracting poses from video to my tool and YouTube thumb generation inspired by this stream. Very nice. Very glad to to be an inspiration for your tool. Very cool. I don't know when, but I will. Yeah. Very cool. Don't worry. Compile everything into WASM. I need to see the full quote. WASM Docker server balancing. No, load balancing. Right, server load balancing. News. Because to me, right now, at my current understanding of WASM, it's that it's mostly useful to do like, the kinds of stuff that Rust or C++, like are very good at, which is like heavy graphics workloads, machine learning workloads, right? Stuff like that. But I don't know. WASM is a universal binary. You can run it anywhere. Ah. Okay. Yeah, for the browser, right? It's a universal binary for the browser. And sufficiently close to hardware. Yeah. Yeah, so it's way closer to the hardware than JavaScript, right? I guess that's the argument. That's the main point, right, of WASM is it allows stuff that only C++, Rust currently allow, but inside the browser. That's how I understand it. So yeah, I mean, it's just that in my head, I thought that WASM was only needed for the front end part, not for the back end, because I guess for the back end you would use, if you use Rust in WASM, you would just use a typical Rust backend, right? Like one of the frameworks, one of the servers libraries that there is in Rust or in C++, So I don't understand why you would need WASM on the backend. Or maybe also I'm talking from my very specific perspective of using FastAPI as an API. FastAPI is just an API endpoint server. And in FastAPI, there is no, like, for example, SvelteKit has all kinds of stuff that I'm not going to use, like, server-side rendering or, weird ways of doing semi-server-side rendering. Sometimes it's an SPA, sometimes it's a server-side rendering, and sometimes you hydrate and sometimes you don't hydrate. You can do an SS, there's all kinds of like half and quarter, state that you can be in with, like, I guess next Svelte, maybe Solid. Just does Solid has a backend side? I'm not sure. So maybe with WASM on the server. I mean, no, but here you're just talking about Docker equivalent, load balancing. But my question is, like, what do you do on this server? With WASM. Docker creator. Ah ouais, WASM plus WASI. If WASM plus WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker. Really? Really? That's interesting. That's what you're talking about, right? I'm talking about something else, maybe. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. A standardized system interface was the missing link. And what the hell is WASI? WASI? WebAssembly system interface. Integration for business leaders. We can simulate the operation. Employees are often frustrated by affecting the what's your common standards for running WebAssembly modules outside of their dedicated web browser, optimizing their integration with other systems and software used within your company. We want to learn more about WASI and the ways its implementation can help optimize processes, boost developer productivity, and propel your business success. What is WASI? An initiative designed to expand the capabilities of WASM outside the browser. It provides a standardized system interface, API, Yeah. So that's a backend, right? API application, huh? For WASM modules, which allow system resources to interact efficiently and securely across different platforms while ensuring uniformity of behavior. Although WASM and WASI may seem similar, their goals differ in how they contribute to optimizing operations. It is essential to understand their differences to be able to make the most of them. Let's look at each of them. WASM. WASM allows code to be executed quickly and efficiently on any CPU. Yes, so the applications deliver satisfactory performance in all circumstances. The main objective is to execute binary instructions on different devices. Yes. Among the main features are universal use, write once, and run in all environments that support WebAssembly. Speed, achieve near native performance thanks to compact format and direct compilation. Security, isolate code in a protected space to reduce vulnerabilities. Ah, so there is this isolation aspect that I was wondering. Modularity, divide tasks into reusable components. In essence, WebAssembly offers an abstraction covering the wide variety of CPUs used in the industry to ensure code portability across all of them. How does WASI improve WASM? WASI extends the capabilities of WebAssembly by allowing code to interact with underlying systems. Although WASM focuses on fast execution across all platforms, WASI offers additional features. Among its main assets, we can cite system access, allows reading and writing files, networking. Standardization ensures consistency of behavior across all platforms with consistent APIs. So there is talking about the APIs of WASI. It's not the server API he's talking about here, right? Like the endpoints. That's not about that, no? Security reduces risk by granting only necessary permissions. And flexibility employs a modular approach to implement only necessary system interactions. Despite their differences, WASM and WASI are designed to work in a complementary manner. WASM is an efficient universal execution, while WASI provides system-wide functionality that optimizes your code's completion of critical tasks wherever it's done. Their combined use allows you to create powerful, custom cross-platform applications according to your needs. Yeah. What is the objective of WASI? WASI was developed to address issues arising from WASM's growing popularity among businesses. Although WASM excels at running code efficiently across different platforms, it has some limitations that hinder its wider adoptions. Let's look at WASM's limitations. Access restriction. WASM runs in a protected environment crucial for security, especially in browsers. So WASM has its own isolation layer inside the browser, okay? However, this means that WASM cannot directly access system resources, such as files or network. So WASM inside the browser does not have access to system resources that the browser has access to? Why is that? That's weird, no? Or is it like so completely detached? Or is this like being primarily designed for the web? I'm wondering, like, are these system resources binded only to JavaScript things, and that's why WASM? No, I'm not sure. Limitation of native interactions. Being primarily designed for the web, WASM interacts little with system functions. Yeah. Without direct access to system APIs, which system APIs are you talking about? The system APIs of the client machine or the backend server machine? Which system API are you talking about? It's a bit confusing. WASM modules cannot perform file system access or network communication tasks outside of browsers. But they can still send API calls, right? Like, some things are confused, you know? WASM will slowly gain more APIs. More APIs in the browser. The browser, it will gain access to more browser API, like, you know, browser feature APIs. That's what you're talking about, right? Because unfortunately, APIs are the API can mean lots of things. Lots of things. I'm a bit confused here by how they use it. System APIs. To me, here, when they say system APIs, they are referring to the API of the machine on which the WASM code in the browser is running, right? Like the same machine. The browser is running in the machine, this machine, right? That's what system APIs mean. And non-browser too. Like access to the GPU, for example, or something. Because WASM lives in the browser. No? Or is WASM like potentially not? Is WASM not a browser only? Because to me, it was just like an alternative to JavaScript inside the browser. But is it more than that? Is it, you know? I'm confused. Fragmented tools. The lack of a standardized approach to WASM interaction with resources has pushed developers to rely on environment-specific extensions or custom solutions. You can run WASM outside of browser. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. Ah, you can run WASM outside the browser. And it's just that the only like output channels that WASM has is the browser right now, right? But it could have more output channels than the browser, right? I guess, or, you know, APIs, you know. Interesting. Yes. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Now I understand why it's a replacement for Docker. Okay. Yeah. I see now. Hmm. Yeah, it's like it would be like a universal, you know, machine, you know, make to run code. Okay. Okay. Ah, yeah. This has led to fragmentation of tools, and with it, the dissimilarity of WASM module behaviors depending on the environment and the complexity of cross-platform development. WASM's expansion beyond browsers has highlighted an urgent need for a uniform system interface. This demand led to development of WASI, which proved essential in several situations. Fix fragmentation issues. WASI provides a unique set of API that can be used across different platforms to ensure consistency in the behavior of WASM modules whenever they run. This simplified development and reduced compatibility issues allowing you to create applications for servers, edge devices. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay. Yeah, sets of APIs that can be used across different platforms to do whatever I want. I can use a server, I can use something else. because WASM is not. I mean, it's just that, you know, since WASM's name is WebAssembly, I just assume that it's only about browser. But it turns out that no. They started with web, but they want to expand, right? It's going to expand. It's going to conquer the world, right? I'm sure some people are going to become WASM maximalists soon, you know? Node.js, JS taken outside of browser. Ah, yes. Yes, sure. Yeah, true. It's just that to me, WASM is, but you know, hmm, yeah, yeah, yeah. So same will happen with WASM. Okay. Yeah, so the web was just like the starting point, basically. But since it's cross-platform, yeah, a cross-platform a binary, you know, framework or whatever is very useful, of course. Yeah, for the web stuff and for all the rest too, because you know, but voilà, it's just programming at the end of the day, so you can do whatever. Improve security and portability. Voici. Why is it in French here? Ah, yeah, because it's written in French actually. What the hell? Enhances security and portability. It also boosts security by defining a standard interface by system interactions. It follows a capability-based security model, granting WASM modules only the necessary permissions and lowering risk. Okay. Yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, okay. So they're doing WASI because the horizon is becoming wider, right? So now they need not only an API for the browser, for this universal cross-platform binary stuff, they also need a standard API for the, you know, platforms, for the different OSs, I guess, or CPUs, or I don't know. These components enhance WebAssembly's functionality, security, and flexibility, making it suitable for many uses beyond browsers. Below are its main components. File I/O. So read file, okay. Data storage config file. Networking. The interface includes networking APIs, enabling modules to establish and manage network connections. This capability is crucial for applications that need to communicate over the internet or local network, supporting tasks ranging from simple HTTP requests, so backend servers, right, to more complex networking operation. Okay, time. Ability to interact with system clocks to retrieve the current time. Ah, yeah, they don't have that today. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess it's very long and tiresome to do something like this because it needs to be cross-platform. You know, it needs to be compatible with everything. So I guess they implement six times the same thing, I guess. This interface is great for tasks that require high quality randomness. Encryption keys, yeah. Yeah, okay. So what's he? Okay. Yeah. So it means that in the future, in 10, 20 years, right? I could write something in Rust, in C++, in Python, maybe not in Python because it's not a compiled language, but in Go. You know, so it means I could run something in Rust, C++, Go, right? And I guess that I could compile into WASM, into WASI. I could compile into WASM WASI. into I could compile into a binary that will be able to work everywhere, right? I guess something like this. I mean, I guess, of course, if I want to build for the browser, I will have to use the browser APIs. If I want to use, to have a general programming program, I just use the WASI APIs, right? Looking to the future, WASI continues to evolve with ongoing effort to introduce new features and capabilities like socket, HTTP, key value, blob storage, configuration, messaging, crypto, and a component model. Many industries and organizations are adopting WASI to simplify cross-platform development and enhance the security and performance of business applications. In the future, the core principles of compatibility and combinability will guide WASI's transitions between versions. These principles ensure that your existing WebAssembly applications requiring system access remain functional as WASI advances. Building applications now with current WASI API will also keep options open for incorporating upcoming capabilities. There's an ability to compile Docker modules into WASM binary and have it running in browser. Oh, wow. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. So it means that like my backend, my fast API, maybe not my fast API because it's Python, but if I had like a Rust backend or something, I could compile it into like Docker modules. If I run Python inside my Docker, can I compile my Docker image into a binary that I can run into a browser? Like instead of Tmux, can I run my backend, my fast API backend inside the Docker container image transformed into a WASM binary inside of a browser? Can I do that? Container to WASM on GitHub. Container to WASM converter. Yes. Oh, wow. That's so funny. Container to WASM image converter that enables to run the container on WASM. Converts a container to WASM with emulation by Box, TinyEmu, and QEmu. Runs on WASI runtimes. Runs on the browser. But there must be limitations, right? Like, because you can only use it's only compatible with the APIs that WASM has currently access to, right? Right? Because Docker can do whatever they want, no, in the system. I'm not a I'm not like a OS platform expert at all. But I'm wondering, there is a demo page. Demo example of running Linux-based container on browser using constraint WASM. Debian Python. Oh boy, I'm running a Python container in my browser right now. Do I? Contain some time to load and start the container. Is something loading? No. Voici.html. The way it runs, it emulates CPU using WASM. The way it runs, it emulates CPU using WASM. Whoa. Like, is it running? Launch entry point. Launch shell. Shell. Well, I guess I'm streaming, so I don't know if it's. Oh, what is that? Hey. It's there. Wow. Um. Yeah, so this is the terminal of the container that is running on my browser right now. I don't know, tmux? No. Pip, Python, pip install tmux. Is that how that works? I don't think so. This is a this is not a Python library. Pip install. What can I pip install? UV. Maybe is it just like slow? I guess. It's too late. I need to leave. It is very slow emulation. Okay. Okay, but it does work. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, look. Something happened. Oh, because I canceled. Okay. Internet is probably different demo page. Okay. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I never. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the WASI aspect I didn't know. It's the first time I know about this. Yeah. Okay. And so one thing that I know about though is web GPU. Is web GPU? It's not related to WebAssembly, right? It's a separate thing. Yeah. Web GPU is different from WASM WASI, right? Yeah. CPU. WASM code can call web GPU to use the GPU. Okay. Yeah, so okay, so WASM will be this WASM WASI will be this universal layer to access the CPU. Okay. That's pretty cool, I guess. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Do I need to do something else with my blog before I leave? Yes, I need to change this. What do I want to write? The footer. On the footer, what message do I want people to see last? Maybe maybe a link to my GitHub, because I don't. Well, I mainly emphasize my streams and my video stuff. Um, and it's for open code. Pick the footer into a link to my GitHub. For the other, is the footer? Hmm. Mm, across all pages. So, yes. Hmm. What? Hmm. Voilà. Ok. Actually, now I can update this It's not soon anymore. It's there. I have demos of my command line tool on website using container to WASM. I want to test it. Do you have an address? Manage engagement stack PRs. Ah. Ah oui, it needs to load. Hmm. Ah, ah voilà. Ah, ah yeah. So it's your command line tool inside a container, a Docker container, compile to WASM, to a WASM binary. That's funny. Huh? How does that look like? Ah, oh. Here on GitHub you can check it. Okay, nice. Xterm. Docker. Hmm. GitHub. Profile. Made out. Victor. Nice, so it runs Dart in the Docker and then into Wasm. Yeah. Mais in a way, I'm wondering, like, can't we already use Docker universally for Wasm? Like, since we have Docker, I mean, I understand that if Wasm was there, we wouldn't have needed Docker. But since Docker now is there, can we use Docker to make Wasm even easier? Docker files in guides folder. Because now you can use, like, you can just use the Docker image of your language or whatever installed, and then you can just compile that into Wasm. Base Docker file, stackML. Event related classes adapted from the discussion towards program. Compilation is in GitHub workflows. Sync Wasm. Oh, that's pretty nice. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah, and so the container to Wasm, it has no idea what's happening inside the Docker container. It has no idea that you're using Dart inside the Docker, right? Like, it's completely language agnostic. You don't have to config anything for a specific language or whatever, right? You just need to know that this is a Linux based, I guess, container. Like, it just need to know about the container, but not what's happening inside, right? It takes 40 minutes to compile. Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think on Arch, some things that I've installed have taken more more time to compile. I think when I installed like Chromium on Arch, you have to compile it yourself. It's so fucking long. So yeah, but it's a bit long for just one container, I guess. But yeah, it can be done. I guess it will get better too, right? I hope. It has no idea what is inside. Ah, yes, that's so nice. Ah, yeah, that's cool. Ah, yeah. It has no idea where. Because I was wondering, like, I always thought I really thought, because most of the Wasm implementation or whatever, in languages, because most of them are in Rust and C++, as I've looked up. And I think somebody's working on the Python WASM stuff, but it's not, you know, it's not well done. It's not done. It's not possible. So I was like, well, since I'm mainly a Python guy, I'm probably not going to use WASM anytime soon. But actually, with this, I can kinda. C++, Python. Yes, that's right. That's right. Wiki. So yeah, cool. So I could code some Python into WASM with the Docker stuff. Wait, I need to. Where do I? Ah, voilà. Let me start this real quick, and I will start this for the examples. You know, very cool. Very cool. Yeah. How are you, Vicky? How are you, Vicky? Wiki or Vicky? I guess it's Vicky, right? Vicky, Vicky, Vicky. Vicky, 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 Vicky. Look, Vicky, I have a blog now. And it should work. Ah, yes, wait. I was doing that. I was editing my GitHub blog. Now it's Wiki. Ah, it's Wiki. You say it like Wiki. Ah, so it's Wiki, actually. Okay. Wiki, Wiki. Wiki, Wiki. Very nice. Content. Content. Or at the same time. No, maybe I'm going to put content. I'm going to put my YouTube first. No, first my Twitch, then my YouTube, then my blog. I think. It's a drink here in the Netherlands. Ah, and then my Instagram. Wow. Very cool. Twitch and brand fetch. Twitch. Yes, I'm a human. I am a human. What's the difference? Is there a difference? Yeah. No idea. Copy to clipboard, yes. And I will do up. I know, fuck. Which anyway, it was a short notice. I'm going to get some rest. Okay. Okay, cool, Wiki. See you later. Yeah, okay, see you later, Wiki. I'm also going to leave soon because it's too late. Voilà. Twitch. Alors, Twitch, I need to actually write what I want. Right? You can have GVM run WASM and WASM run GVM. Ah, yeah. GVM is Java Virtual Machine, yeah. Run WASM and WASM run GVM. Wow. Ah, yeah. That's pretty cool. So source. And this is Twitch. TV underscore power. Or maybe I put the Twitch like this. Maybe I put this image everywhere. Just because why not? There would be a competition for best WASM on implementation. There would be a competition for best WASM on implementation. There is not right now. Feedback always welcome. Bon, let's just commit this first. Oh. And now even GitHub has the auto commit. Nice. Okay, and now I want to add what is this thing called again? It's it's called shields. Shields.io. Get started. Static badge. Label. Feedback. Style for the badge. What is the color of feedback? I'm not sure. Copy. Badge not found. Eh? Logo. Logo color. Label. Choose the badge content. Badge that feedback. Yeah. What? No, like this? No? No. Hmm? Which Python do you use? The latest. I'm not sure if this is a. I mean, this is. I mean, no, this is okay, right? It's just that I'm sometimes thinking about, can I do this without doxing a potential vulnerability or whatever? But I guess even at different Pythons, you still have the minor versions that fix the vulnerabilities, right? So I think I use Python 3.12 for my main apps. Yeah. And I'm trying to use 3.4. I tried to use 3.14, but there's too many things that are not compatible with it, like on the libraries. So I guess I went back to 3.30. Yeah. Especially on Arch, since on Arch, like everything uses the same Python in the system Python by default, except if you have a binary. But on Arch, by default, all the packages use the local Python. So yeah, I think I use Python 13, 3.13. Yeah. And you, do you use Python? I need to go to bed. I'm too tired. I don't understand why it doesn't work. Like, make this into a feedback button instead. Still using shields. Feedback. Feedback. Uh, Feedback. Logo Google Forms. Google color. Google size. Feedback. So, do you use Python, Taras? Oh no. Badge not found. But really? Feedback. Give feedback. How do I make it not? Is this the color? Is the color? If it's the color. If I change this. Yeah. It is the color. Yes. Uh-huh. X colors. What color do I want for my feedback button? A dark. Since I'm a green pea, I guess. Something like this. Hmm. Taras, you are not here anymore. You left me. You left me, which means I probably have to go to bed too. I'm going to bed just after this. Just need to find the perfect color. We don't want to go to bed. No, we don't. Cody, do you use Python? Yeah, I do. Ah, what do you do with Python? Is there a particular issue question? No, it's just that Taras asked me which Python do I use. I answered, and then I asked him or her, I'm not sure, what Python does he use or she use? More likely he use. And he didn't answer. The current app backend is Python. Ah, which what framework do you use? I use FastAPI. Ah, Flask. Yeah, I started with Flask actually. All the data science people love it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially yeah, data science. Yeah, they love Python. I mean, actually, I started learning Python to learn some data related stuff. You know, like matplotlib, scikit-learn, and. But I don't really care. It's just whatever LLM chose. Yeah, I mean, Flask is fine. Yeah, Flask is fine. Oh, isn't this? How is the break already? I forgot how to do the break. Is it like this? How do you do a break? I know it's BR. Yes. And I started with Flask, and then because I was new to web development, I got lost into the Flask docs because I did not really fully understand the difference between server-side rendering and client-side rendering, and SPA and all the stuff in between. And so I was very confused because I had my front end and I had my back end, and my front end was like first I think I started with Alpine JS, then Svelte, and Svelte in the configuration that I use it expected an API endpoint on the server. It's not made for server side rendering except if you use SvelteKit, but I didn't want to use the server side of SvelteKit, so I wanted to use my Python for the backend. And since Flask, in the docs, the server side rendering is mixed with the API endpoint stuff, and I was, whoa, I didn't understand anything, and I felt like the docs were not really trying to help me learn. So I basically I switched to FastAPI because that's what FastAPI is smaller in feature, but voila, at least you you know what you get. And as a beginner, it was very useful to understand what was going on. And also the FastAPI docs are way better because they are way more explanatory and beginner friendly than the Flask docs. Especially when I manually code it. Sometimes it's confusing when you cross-tech like Svelte versus SvelteKit. Yes, well, actually, it's because at first I didn't use SvelteKit. I just wanted something for the front end, front end framework, and Svelte is just the front end. And also I wanted to use Python for the backend. So since I heard that SvelteKit was like a backend or whatever, well, it's a bit more than that. There's like now I can actually use SvelteKit front end only. I just don't use the backend features of SvelteKit. But for the front end, it's also kind of cool. Mostly the routing feature and the nesting content feature of SvelteKit. But yeah, other than that, I was a beginner, so I was like, whoa, there's no one way to do it. And yeah, I had to learn about, whoa, how does server rendering differs from client side rendering with an API endpoint server, the and like, whoa, hydration, whoa. Yeah, so basically to simplify my journey, I just moved to FastAPI. I knew what FastAPI was about, it's an API endpoint server, and that's, you know, that communicates with the front end through calls, and, you know, the first API interacts with the DB, and that's all, and that's good, you know. And I just send my JavaScript in, you know, one or several bundles depending on how I optimize things, from the web server as a static file, you know. I just ship the SPA in one file or several, you know, sometimes. Uh, but voila, and that's it, and that's simple. So it's an SPA, because especially for Zenkan, I needed an SPA, right? Like it's too weird to be server side rendered. Like you do not do server side rendering with these kinds of things, you know. So I needed some, you know, good front end stuff. So yeah, I just ended up doing SPA plus fast API, and then I just continued. Endless learning in dev. Yes, yes, exactly. The learning curve to start up is steep. Yes, yeah, that really surprised me, because, you know, like, you know, coming from, you know, Python data analysis, whatever, where most things are pretty straightforward, right? Like when you come to web dev, whoa, it's like a tsunami. And I started learning web dev at the very, like, roughly 2 years ago, 1 year and a half, 2 years ago. And it was just the start of agentic, you know, as AI assistant stuff in Cursor. Basically, I was at the, you know, the first 6 months of Cursor. I started to use it, so it was not very good, you know. So I still had to learn everything myself for things to actually run nicely. Uh, but yeah, it was whoa. There's so many things to learn, and that's why, like, I haven't even touched, I'm sure, half of the ways web dev developers can do things, you know, because, like, I don't want to lose my time doing this, you know. I'm just doing a website that works, and that's good enough, you know. Like, I don't want to have to learn, you know, for 3 months again how to do server side rendering with semi SPA, hydration, whatever, where some, you know, for some pages you are SSR, but for some others you go in SPA, and then you hydrate or whatever. Oh, too much complexity, you know. I need I need things to be simple. Simple. Nice. And then when I click, voila. Now I will ask Claude, create a new page called feedback. Welcome feedback messages that will go into the DB. Create a new table in the DB. Use commands. Interests. Let's do it. It's not that desktop delivery is nice. I've spent the last couple of weeks of my life learning that again. Yeah, desktop delivery. I've never actually done it. So I don't know. You know, like doing an actual like true desktop application, you know, on Windows or Linux or Mac. I've never done that. Oh, I guess I tried once, but you know, it was just for my own usage, so I didn't actually. And also, to me, it's annoying that you have to build for one platform, you know? Or well, in a way, I guess if I had to make a desktop app today, I would try to do it, you know, through Electron or nowadays we have Tori too. Tori seems cool. But yeah, like the low, you know, the native desktop app. Name, email, message. Web SaaS is easier than doing multi-OS desktop apps. Yes, I can understand. I can imagine, especially if you're not using a framework that is made for cross-platform like Tori, you know, Tori when you know Tori like this, Tori. But Tori, I think, is in Rust, so I guess you do have to learn a little bit of Rust to do that. But you know, I would be willing to learn a little bit of Rust to do a cross-platform app like Tori, I guess, like for Story. And I even thought I'm taking a shortcut distributing a local run web app. Yeah, Electron style, you mean? Right, Tori? Wait. And I think Tori wants to target phones next. Now now it's cross-platform applications for desktops. But I think in the future, they would like to also like extend the cross-platform towards like native, you know, like um, you know, cross-platform mobile apps, kind of like capacitor or something. Hello, Bash. Da, da, da. Hello, what's the plan? Well, then I will quit. I will leave. Here's the plan. Da, da. Feedback with page. Okay, PM. And feedback tables and points at from start creating page. Yep. Yup, yup, yup. Five per minute. 5 per minute? Yeah. Identical model. Message length. SRF, create feedback in there. Okay, let's go. Well, I will let it run and I will review tomorrow because I'm just too tired. So I will wish you a good night. Cody Taras and anyone else that might still be there. Good night. See ya. See ya, see ya. And for you, have a good sleep. Catch you next time. Yeah. Yeah, you too. See you. What is... Wait, I want to test something. On-screen celebration. What is this? Unleash celebration. What does that do? Does that do anything? Maybe I'm not it. I'm not... Oh, wait, I'm not seeing myself. Did it do something? Because I don't see myself actually. Show player. It shows stuff. Ah, really? Wait, I'm going to do it again because I didn't see. Ah, yeah, because you know in OBS I only have the feedback. I don't have the integration. Wait, another one. Another one. Ah, yes. Yeah, okay. Ah, yeah, okay. It's like it bubbles. Does it change if I change? Does it change? You know, it's the same every time. I think it comes late. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah, okay. It's funny. Well, at least I know. Very cool. But it's you. See you, everyone. Bye bye. See you.